On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye Women's Basketball is on the air. Presented by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, delivering the funds the university needs to drive academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Also brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your local Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. U.S. Bank. Proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats. The official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by 988. There is hope with a 988 lifeline. Call or text 988 for free, 24/7. This is the University of Iowa Energy Collab pregame show. Powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Here's Rob Brooks and former Hawkeye Catherine Reynolds.
And welcome to the first home game inside Carver Hawkeye Arena in the year 2025. And it's a big one on a Sunday afternoon, a top 25 matchup as the 23rd ranked Iowa Hawkeyes get set to face the 8th ranked Maryland Terrapins. And of course, the Hawkeyes coming off a impressive victory on the road. When you're on the road, they're all important to get. And the Hawkeyes had to withstand Penn State for 3 quarters, and it was anybody's ball game heading into the final 10 minutes. But the Hawkeyes controlled it from the start and ended up outscoring Penn State 25-13 in the 4th to secure victory number 12. For the 8th ranked Maryland Terrapins, it has been 13 up and no losses for Brenda Freese's team, and they are coming off a big victory against Rutgers at 78-61. And certainly Maryland controlled that one from the start, leading 19-13, and then really took care of business in quarter number 2 as the Terrapins outscored Rutgers 21-9. It's a team that has new players, a couple familiar faces, but of course is always a contender for a Big Ten title, and this year is certainly going to be no different. The Terrapins 13-0 for the first time in school history since they started 16-0. You have to go back to the 2011-2012 campaign and then way back to 1982 and 1983. And we'll talk to Jan Jensen about this, but you remember when Maryland came into the league, it was all about Big Ten championships, deep runs in the NCAA tournament. Of course, back in 2006, the Terrapins were national champions, and they were tough to beat at home or on the road. And then Iowa, of course, have, with their outstanding play the last several years, have really made this a series. While the Terrapins still lead the all-time series 11-7, Iowa victorious in 3 of the last 4. And some of the memorable games, not only inside Carver Hawkeye Arena, but in the Big Ten tournament. And whenever you win a title, which Iowa's won the last 3 Big Ten championship tournament titles, it always seems to run through Maryland. Certainly that's the case most of the time. So the Hawkeyes will look to continue the momentum with the road victory against Penn State. And how big was Taylor McCabe in that contest? Iowa didn't start so great, down 24-15 after the first quarter. Missed many 3-pointers at the start of that game, but then Taylor McCabe came in and knocked down 2, and that really just seemed to settle the entire team. McCabe went on to lead the Hawkeyes with 17 points, and that 3-pointer will certainly be big tonight against the Terrapins. We'll get the pregame comments from head coach Jan Jensen. We'll also preview Maryland, all leading up to the tip-off just after 5 o'clock Central on Lisa Bluter Day. As the Hawkeye head coach for 24 years, it did so much for not only Iowa basketball, but women's basketball across the country, and her outstanding career will be honored at halftime. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey folks, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. We're all about comfort food at the Machine Shed. Indulge in our classic fried chicken, which is prepared with our own secret spices. Or try our Cattleman sirloin tips, featuring certified Angus beef, served with our famous mushroom stuffing that has onions and Swiss cheese, all topped with a garlic herb sauce. Come experience the taste of home cooking at the Machine Shed.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawk fans, join the Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minnesota this February 6th and 7th when the Hawkeyes take on the Minnesota Gophers. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited is proud to present the official away game package that includes game tickets, motor coach transportation to and from Minneapolis with overnight accommodations at the Graduate Hotel within walking distance of the arena. Show your support for our incredible Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minneapolis in this fun-filled Hawkeye travel package. Email Alex at duagency.com or call 319-393-1359.
It's the 23rd ranked Iowa Hawkeyes and number 8 Maryland Terrapins, as it's the Big Ten home opener for 2025 portion of the schedule. And game sponsor tonight, the Iowa Pork Producers. Matt Gent is the president of the Pork Producers Association. Matt is a pig farmer from Wellman and owns Prairie Pork, where they raise hogs and also corn and soybeans. And Matt is here, of course, with his wife Courtney and their 3 children, Madison, Mason, and McKenna. Matt, welcome. First game this year, huh?
Yeah, thank you,
picked
Rob.
A good one.
I know. We're going to have our hands full tonight.
Well, of course, we'll dive into what we're going to talk about here with the Iowa Pork Producers. And, farmers obviously very important, not only to the state, but the country. And pig farmers not only vital to the state of Iowa, but also feeding the world. Just tell us a little bit about the importance, the role of Iowa's pig farmers have here in the state.
Yeah, Rob. Iowa pig farmers produce about 1/3 of the nation's pork, making it the #1 pork-producing state in the nation. Iowa's pork industry is vital to the state's economy, especially our rural communities. Also, 120,000 jobs are connected to the industry here just in this state.
And producing 1/3 of the nation's pork right here in Iowa. That's a lot of bacon and ham and pork chops, other delicious varieties of pork as well.
Yeah. Pig farmers in Iowa produce over 37 billion servings of pork each year. Taking care of our pigs is the most important job for pig farmers. Raising healthy animals, which is where they're well cared for, and the safe produced food right here in the state of Iowa.
And, of course, the Iowa Pork Producers Association operates on a set of We Care principles. The organization donates a lot of pork to food banks and food pantries around the state. And you work with Special Olympics of Iowa on the Bacon Buddies program at county fairs. And I've seen that at the Iowa State Fair. Yep. And that is a busy place at the fair, the Iowa Pork Producers area.
It is.
I'm there every year.
Yeah, and, we have a nice new fancy facility. We're really proud of it. Yep. And we love serving Iowans a great pork chop.
Of course, talk about some of the recipes, too, because we talked about bacon and pork chops and just so many different ways to cook it? Where can people get some? I know my wife's always looking for new recipes.
I mean, you can find them, of course, on any social media. I mean, they're out there everywhere, right? And there's just some really crazy, creative things people are doing with pork these days. It's so versatile. It's so healthy. It's economically friendly on your budget. It's a tremendous source of protein.
Yeah, and you can find that at iowapork.org/recipes and learn more about Iowa's pig farmers and the Iowa Pork Producers Association. Visit iowapork.org. We care. Matt, have a great night, will you please?
Yes, thank you.
Great to see you. Matt Gent, the president of the Iowa Pork Producers out of Wellman, Iowa, as Iowa Pork Producers, a game sponsor here for Iowa and Maryland. Back with more pregame after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Lacier Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacier Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacier Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacier.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Did you know that UI ranks near the top of the EPA's Green Power Leaderboard with 84% of our energy coming from renewable sources? Now you can be a part of the team that makes it happen. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, with our partner, NG Iowa, is offering full-time positions in utility operations for our campus and hospital water, heating, steam, and distribution systems. Check out the jobs and apply at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Honda drivers, if you want to keep your Honda a Honda, only service your Honda with the experts at your local Honda dealer. They use genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to service all Hondas, keeping your Honda a Honda. Don't trust your investment to anyone else. Only service with genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to make sure your Honda stays 100% Honda. When you need service for your Honda, search your local Honda dealer.
Both teams warming up on the court here at Carver Hawkeye. Iowa basket to our right. Of course, they have the gold Bluters bunch shirts on, as Lisa Bluter will be honored at the half. Maryland, the hoop to our left. And under Brenda Fries, they have 595 victories. Of course, Maryland off to a really good start this year. 13-0. 3-0 in the conference, coming off that win against Rutgers, 78-61. Assistant coach, defensive specialist is Caitlin Franz, and Catherine had a chance to talk to her and preview the Terrapins.
Coach, your team was able to go to Croatia and spend 10-ish days in Europe together over the summer in preparation for this upcoming season. Can you just talk a little bit about the team building and stuff that happens off the court and on in preparation, and then in the execution of that trip that helps your team once the season comes around?
Yeah, I mean, I think with 10 new players, obviously there is a quick turnaround from when you get the kids out of the portal or your freshmen in, and we took the trip in June, and so I think to be able to immerse them with each other and in those sort of environments so quickly, where you're spending 10 straight days together nonstop. It was an incredible experience. I really don't have words for it, because you just started to see their bond then. And a lot of the times it's in preseason or in the fall. And so I think they had a really amazing opportunity learning about each other and learning about the world. And so they share that perspective together as they go in and go through different things throughout a season. So I can't say enough about that trip and what it has really done for us with 10 new players and a couple returning.
Yeah, 10 new players is obviously remarkable when you go down your roster. So as you guys have gone through your non-conference first 3 games of the Big Ten, how do you feel you've been able to establish a team identity, style of play, and obviously lots of consistencies with your staff and Coach Freeze, but with 10 new faces, what that looks like?
Yeah, I think for one, Coach Freeze does a really good job of meeting them where they're at, and like we try to recruit players that fit our system, and not necessarily like if they're just the best in the nation, but how they would work with us on and off the court. And I think when you bring a group that are like-minded together, they can really thrive off each other and learn from one another. So they're really building off that aspect. And then I think they're just scratching the surface of what they can do together. So confidence goes a long way. Trust one another, trust with your coaches. And so when they have that sort of like trust and then it's still belief they can get better every game when conference is just starting, I think you're in a good spot.
Absolutely. You know, Cheyenne has the consistency, but aside from that, not a lot of these players have played at Iowa before. So just what you and your staff are expecting out of the matchup today.
Yeah, I mean, I think between the two schools, like, there's a lot of respect, and there's a little bit of a rivalry that's, I think they respect each other because of how hard both teams play and how talented they've been over the years. And, yeah, some of them are new. I don't know if they do expect, but they've played in high, environments with high energy and different things. So, for us, nothing changes. It's come, compete, have fun with it, and control what you can control. It's what we always teach. And so no matter where you're at, but try to, soak some of it up. It is fun. You don't get to play in these games often, and so just being able to be where your feet are.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for your time. Good luck today, Coach.
Yeah, thank you.
Catherine, thank you very much, and appreciate Caitlin Frantz, who is in her 7th season at Maryland, for taking some time to chat with Catherine here to get a little insight on the Maryland Terrapins, coached by Brenda Freeze in her 23rd year. For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Jan Jensen, her pregame chat after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88. Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. We provide experiential travel and vacation planning for Hawkeye fans across the state. Contact one of our destination experts to start planning your next trip at duagency.com.
Step into the action with the Fight for Iowa podcast. Join host Gary Dolphin as he takes you behind the scenes with Hawkeye coaches, athletes, and alumni. Tune in weekly on HawkeyeSports.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, and more. Your front row seat to Hawkeye athletics.
It's Iowa and Maryland. Iowa 2-1 in Big Ten play. Maryland comes in at 3-0. Their victories at Purdue at 78-69, and then a close contest with Michigan State, 72-66, before taking care of Rutgers last Thursday, 78-61. Of course, the Hawks coming off a road victory at Penn State. Time for the shoot-around with head coach Jan Jensen. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Well, Jen, you had to be really pleased in the fourth quarter, especially. You had Penn State outscored PSU 25-13 in a tight game, and just that ability to finish really says something about the character of this team, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think this whole year, even in the couple losses we've had, is we've never, ever been out. We've never, ever acted like we've been out of it. We just really keep finding and finding ways. And so I was really pleased with that. We didn't start so great at Penn State, but, road wins and every season's a different race, figuring out the makeup of the team when you're a little bit younger, trying to figure out how that is going to look on every game, but especially on the road. So, hey, I was pleased with, like you said, how we finished.
How big was Taylor McCabe?
Oh, huge. That kid, she's just been really pretty steady the whole year. And she just stays ready. And, that's what I like about this team. Sometimes it's been a different kind of star, if you will, just about every other game. There's been 2 or 3 different freshmen that have had their moments, that have had key moments. And actually, Tegan Mulaney in the Penn State game had 2 huge shots. One was an and one play. And that really helped us kind of swing it. So, I think Taylor leads that mentality of like, okay, when it's my turn to be called, I'm ready to go.
Maryland tonight, of course, you remember when the Terrapins came into the league and kind of lit it on fire, didn't they? They were there at the top, seemingly year after year, and now the Hawkeyes have won 3 out of 4, and this has kind of become a pretty interesting series.
It really has. I mean, there's been some games where they've kind of had our number, and we've had, I think, a couple maybe comfortable wins, but usually it's pretty hard fought. And, that's what I really am hoping for today is, this crowd's going to be electric, and I want to give them something to be electric about. And I think, we're going to have to handle the pressure. They'd like to, throw on some 3/4 court traps, some half-court traps. Their defense in the quarter court is really, really good. And so we're going to have to lean into those moments. I'd like to hit first and second and third. I think that's what it's going to take. But, I love how we've been preparing, and, I'm just really excited to learn today. We're going to learn a lot more about us. I just like to learn with a win.
When you think about Maryland, especially this year, it's rebounding, 4th in the country in rebounding margin. Are they as good watching on film as they appear to be on paper?
Yeah, I think Maryland's had some tremendous teams over the years, but this is as good of a rebounding team as any of them. And that's one thing that I've really been harping on in practice. It's like, you got to give them, I'd like it, one challenging shot, one. You're going to give up a couple here or there, but, their center she's averaging 4.4 O-boards herself. That's crazy. 2 is, pretty, decent. Anything over 3, and, some games, to average 4.5, you're doing a few things above and beyond that. So rebounding is going to be a key. I think just everything about them is pretty aggressive. So they rebound aggressively, they attack you press-wise aggressively, and they push aggressively on the fast break. So, we're going to have to meet them with that, and I'd like to lead with that.
Lisa Bluter Day.
Yeah.
How about that? How's she feeling?
We don't talk nearly as much as we used to. It was like every day you kind of knew everything about each other. But to no surprise, she didn't really want to do this. Kelsey Lavadier, our marketing director, she called me and said, I need some help. Lisa declined. And I said, what? And I called her up, and Lisa said, wow, I just don't think that's necessary, and blah, blah, blah. I said, well, you may not, but the fans, they have a little bit more to say about it. And it's alumni weekend. That's fun to have some of the alumni that, she coached. And so I'm really excited. I won't be able to see it. The festivities will be at halftime, but I know that I'll hear all about it. But I'm so happy. I mean, man, I look back on her illustrious career, and sometimes you're so busy going through it, you can't always enjoy every second of it. So it was fun to reminisce a little bit when I was getting ready, or the marketing department was getting ready. And I hope Lisa really enjoys the day, because she sure deserves it.
There's no question about that. And, of course, you're probably too busy, and it's maybe too soon for her even to realize what's been accomplished the last several years.
Yeah, I think they're going to show a pretty cool video. I did take time before the game today to watch it, and she
was nice.
She did admit kind of like, I don't know if I fully grasped that, and I think that's what she's hoping to really, probably do, is really slow down now. And I'm sure she's begun to do that, but she's still pretty busy. No surprise. She's a hot commodity on the speaking tour, and everybody wants her involved with something. And so I encourage anybody who is listening, if you have an entity to hire her for whatever, she's one of the very best out there, and she's got a lot to give.
She sure does. And let's go get a W tonight.
Let's do it. Beat Maryland. God bless, go Hawks, and Happy New Year, right?
Yes, we're here, right?
Here we are.
2025, it seems so distant, right? But here we are.
We're here.
Jan Jensen on the pregame show. We'll be back with more as we count down to tip off Iowa and Maryland. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Life's busy, and Quick Start gets it. Whether you're grabbing fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or a quick meal, Quick Start is your go-to for quality and fast service. From clean restrooms to fresh groceries, easy meal options, and guaranteed fuel, we make your day easier. Plus, enjoy perks like free ATMs, free air for your tires, and sweet rewards with the Quick Rewards program. Everything you need in one stop, and always a friendly, see you next time. Quick Start, where your day gets easier and better.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Go to BigGrove.com and enter for your chance to win Hawkeye tickets all season long. Or join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes, all season long. Go Hawks!
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Lacier Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacier Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacier Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacier.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
The Hawks and the Terrapins. Of course, these two teams met in the regular season last year, and the Hawkeyes won that game out at the Xfinity Center on the campus of the University of Maryland, and hopefully the Hawkeyes can get the only meeting between these two teams in the regular season this year. Time for our keys to the game, and the first off, Catherine, how about the applause for Megan Gustafson? How outstanding of a player she was. Of course, the National Player of the Year, still playing, played in the WNBA this previous season. Great to see her back inside Carver Hawkeye.
Yeah, one of many alums back in the building today, but Megan left, an indelible mark on this program. Her name's and number hanging in the rafters. Great to have her back, getting interviewed courtside, and she's here for Coach Bluter. She doesn't miss days like this. That's one thing that's so amazing about Megan, is she's always made time for Iowa City, for this program, and for the Hawkeyes. So it was really special to have her back in the building. Looking great. Las Vegas Aces, happy to have her back for the upcoming WNBA season. But yeah, Rob, go ahead and jump into
Yeah, what's important for the Hawks?
You know, hearing Coach Jensen talk about this, I was feeling pretty good that I was reading the same things off the scouting report pages as her. So it starts with rebounding, Rob. This Maryland team is out-rebounding their opponents so far in this season by nearly 16 rebounds a game. That's crazy. And what rebounds are extra possessions. So when you think about the course of a 40-minute ball game, that's something that Iowa really has to focus on, controlling the boards, not allowing second chance opportunities for these Terrapins, and doing the same thing down on the offensive end themselves, crashing the boards, putting pressure on the defensive rebounding of Maryland. Secondly, it's handling the physicality. Maryland, whether the players come and go, transfers, freshmen, etc., one thing Coach Freeze's teams always are is extremely physical and aggressive, and that's no different this year. They'll press, they'll zone, they'll play player-to-player defense, they'll try to trap you, those types of things. So it's handling that pressure, which leads into the last key when taking care of the ball, valuing the basketball, limiting turnovers. Maryland so far this season is forcing 17 turnovers per game for their opponents. So if that's an average, I mean, there's teams that are having well into the 20 turnovers against this Maryland defense. So those three things, I think, are the keys to the game and give you a Hawkeye victory on Lisa Bluter Day.
Have to, right? You can't lose on Lisa Bluter Day.
Lisa Bluter didn't lose much, so losing on Lisa Bluter Day doesn't even really kind of make sense as it comes out of my mouth.
Catherine, to amplify that rebounding the last time out, and Rutgers has struggled this year. They're 8-6, 0-3, but Maryland out-rebounded Rutgers 50-37 and had 19 offensive rebounds, which you alluded to. That's just extra possessions and tough to win when you give up that many. And the Hawkeyes, thankfully, have been doing a terrific job on the boards so far this year. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Starting lineups and the tip, the 12-2 Hawkeyes, the 13-0 Terrapins. This is Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes, while your hard-at-working class are on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
National anthem has been performed as we get set for the starting lineups, and they are presented by Melrose Meadows. Tired of cooking, cleaning, or just being alone? Check out Melrose Meadows, voted Iowa City's best retirement community, with underground parking, a heated pool, and endless opportunities to stay fit and social. Learn more. Visit melrosemeadows.com. For Maryland, Brenda Fries in her 23rd year. She has 595 victories at Maryland. Of course, the 2006 national champions. She'll start Cheyenne Sellers, 6'2" forward, averaging 12.5 points a game and 4.3 rebounds per contest. Kayleen Schmeichel might be a familiar name, as she competed for Rutgers before transferring to Maryland. She's a 6-foot junior, averaging 7.5 points and 3.6 rebounds a contest. Sarah Tibiasu, a transfer from VCU, a 5'5" guard, averaging 6.8 and 2.3 boards a contest. Sailor Poffenbarger is a transfer from UConn and Arkansas and has been a nice addition for Maryland, averaging just under 10 points a game at 9.8, but also 9.5 rebounds a contest. So she's almost averaging a double-double. Christina Delsey, 6'2" senior, averaging 8.9 and 8 rebounds a contest, transfer in from Villanova. Hawkeyes will go with the same 5 that started at Penn State. Hannah Stalkey at 1 forward, averaging 13.6, 7.6 rebounds a game. Sydney Falter at 6.5 and 6.9. Addie O'Grady in the middle, coming off of 16 at Penn State, averaging 13.5 and 5.1 boards. Kylie Feuerbach averaging 6.1. Her next three-pointer will be her 30th of the year. And the Hawkeyes' leading scorer, Lucy Olson, averaging 16.9 and ended up only with 11 points against Penn State, but hit some key shots down the stretch. Catherine, you look at Maryland's starting lineup, but then they bring 2 of their top scorers off the bench. So you look at some of the averages, anywhere from 12.5. Schmeichel, their leading scorer, at 17.5. But this is really a pretty balanced attack, and it can be anybody's night on any given night.
Extremely balanced 1 through 8 pretty much on this Maryland roster. Every single starter nearly in double digits, if not only their point guard Sarah Tibiaso, the only starter not averaging double-digit points. So absolutely, when you have a team like that, that's where we talk about knowing your personnel, and that's something that certainly the coaching staff harped on with the team, is that you can't relax when bench players come in, and not that they would do that or think that way about the opponent, because they know that on their roster the bench is just as dangerous as a lot of the starters as well. But that makes for a long night in a tough defensive matchup when there's nobody that you can take a break on.
And certainly one of those players, Bree McDaniel, is a 5'10" junior, averaging 10.2 a contest. Amari DeBerry, a transfer from UConn, 6'6". She's a shot blocker. And then Ali Kubik, a 6'2" forward, grad student, transfer from Towson, averaging 10.5. And she had 17 against Rutgers, and that goes back to the statement, hey, somebody can come off the bench and be red hot.
Exactly, and that's something Iowa hangs their hat on as well. You know, look at Taylor McCabe over the course of the last few games for Iowa, and a couple of games early in the season, but she seems to really be hitting her stride right now. 15 points here, 17 points there. It's the same exact thing Maryland likes to do and traditionally has been able to do. So this is one of those opponents in the Big Ten that you have no trouble getting up for, especially, when they've got that number 8 ranking ahead of their name. Everyone knows what a top 10 win means, and to have them on your home court is an even better advantage.
This has become a fun rivalry over the last several years, and it is packed inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. Very, very few empty seats, if any.
Yeah, I don't see any. A lot of these games, you kind of can find little pockets where, yeah, it's a great crowd, don't get me wrong, but today, I'm not seeing any of those pockets. I think a lot of people, it's a show of respect for Coach Lisa Bluder. Once it came out that today, January 5th, would be the date that Coach Bluder would be getting honored at halftime for her many, many accomplishments here at the University of Iowa as a hot ticket. No surprise there. And not to mention these Maryland Terrapins that these fans are looking for a top 10 victory over.
Farmers State Bank brings you the opening tip. And it's brought to you by Farmers State Bank, of course. Earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval. Minimum $50 deposit. Requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. Delsey, a 6'2" senior, will jump with Hannah Stalkey. Hawkeyes in the home white uniforms with the block Iowa across the front. And also the black numerals, as Maryland will be in the road red uniforms, white Maryland across the front with white numbers trimmed in black. Waiting for TV to join us as Hannah Stalkey has a quick conversation with Lucy Olson. Be great to see Lucy get off to a great start, as she had a great close the last time out against the Lady Lions. And we're ready for Big Ten basketball. Stalkey and Delsey. Ball batted twice, but then dug up by Sellers of Maryland. She'll pull up short range left side. No good off the left side of the rim. And it is Stalkey that hustles down the rebound. Gets it to Sydney Falter into the front court. Now Olsen turns from 15. Swish right from the free throw line.
It's like she heard you, Rob. You wanted a hot start. Here we go. Get Lucy going early.
I like it. And the Hawkeyes strike first. Tibiasu brings it left wing. She runs the point for Maryland. And the Terrapins almost throw it away. And it's saved by Tibiasu. And now Sellers on the right wing gets a pass inside. And Schmeichel lays it up on the right side. Got in deep. And then almost a steal by Schmeichel. And then she ran right into head coach Brenda Fries and knocked her into the seats. But Brenda, an outstanding player, popped right up.
And then has a couple of her players come over and fix her hair for her, which is pretty endearing to watch, actually.
Brenda won a state championship at Cedar Rapids, Washington, and then played at Arizona. And now it certainly looked like the ball went off of Maryland, but now the Terrapins are going to get the ball. And one of the officials said, well, I didn't see it. So Maryland basketball. We're tied at 2. Schmeichel in between the circles, hands it to Sellers, 18 feet away. Tries to make a move down the left side, outside of the paint, keeps that dribble going. O'Grady fell down. A shot is up and no good. And the Hawks come away with the rebound. Falter, down court, right wing. Lob pass intended for O'Grady, and too much on it for her, and is picked off by Poffenbarger. Maryland quickly down court. Poffenbarger for 3. Left wing drills it.
Yeah, that's where Poffenbarger's really dangerous. She's got great length, but she's shooting nearly 34% from 3.
5-2 Maryland. Hawkeyes with the ball. Here's a Falter down the right side and move that pivot foot as she pulled up her dribble on the right block, and the Hawkeyes turn it over. Jan Jensen says, hey, just calm down. Everybody, we're okay here at the start. Maryland by 3 with the basketball. Tibiasu hands it off to Sellers on the right wing. And she'll stop and fire a three-pointer and swishes this one right at the top of the key.
Yeah, defense a little soft on Sellers. Such a good scorer. You can't be too far off of her.
Maryland as a team almost 35% from 3. And it's 8-2 in favor of the Terrapins. A Falter in between the circles. Feeds left side. That's Hannah Stalkey. Tries to roll a bounce pass inside to Addie O'Grady, and it's kicked out of bounds by the Terrapins. Hawkeyes will retain possession.
The Maryland defense really sagging off of Sydney, sagging off of Hannah on the perimeter, and making it really hard for those post-entry passes, and just makes you feel a little bit out of step when the defense is so far off of you like that.
Hawks get it in. Here's Olsen. Angles left side. Stalkey to a Falter. Everything still outside of the arc as Olsen gets the ball on the left side, pulls up from 17. No good off the left side of the iron. Hoffenbarger comes up with the rebound. Brings it herself into the front court, hands it off to Sellers. She's at the top of the key, reverses, goes down the right side. And now Schmeichel dribbles into the paint. Runner, no. O'Grady the board. Brought that one from the left side into the paint. Had an open look, couldn't finish. Hawks get it down court quickly. Stalkey inside. Missed one from the paint on the left side. Have to take advantage of those opportunities. 8-2. Maryland with the lead and the basketball. Poffenberger at the free throw line. Drives down the left side of the lane. Missed the left-handed layup. Stalkey another rebound. And her pass is picked off by Schmeichel, who drives in on the left block and is fouled by Hannah Stalkey.
Iowa turnovers hurting them early. Defense turning into offense for Maryland, and that's where you just got to always be aware of where these Maryland defenders are at. That was a backcourt turnover for Stolke. She just didn't see the defender kind of lurking and jumped the passing lane.
And certainly Maryland knows that Iowa wants to get that sideline break going, and right in that passing lane in the backcourt to get the interception, as we've got timeout on the court with 6:52 left to go in the opening quarter. Maryland off to a good start, leads by 6, 8-2. As the Terrapins on an 8-0 run the last 2:26. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his True Blue crew at Dodge Street Tire. If you're wrestling with your car or truck, let their crew take care of you and your family with honest and quality award-winning service. For over 30 good years, Dodge Street Tire have been champions for Hawkeye fans everywhere, pinning down prices and problems for their neighbors. Don't let your vehicle's tires and troubles keep you from achieving your goals. Dodge Street Tire at the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Maryland on that 8-0 run, lead at 8-2 after Lucy Olsen knocked down a 15-footer from the free throw line to get the scoring started. Hawkeyes have turned it over 4 times the last 2:50 and have not scored in that period as well. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel for our vehicles, so when you fill up, pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers. Always assume a down power line is energized. Stay far away and call 911. Get more safety tips at midamericanenergy.com. After the Hannah Stalkey foul, Schmeichel buries the first free throw after she intercepted a pass in the backcourt. O'Grady and Stalkey inside of the lane. Second one perfect. And Schmeichel averaging 17.5 has 4. And Maryland sprints out to a 10-2 advantage. Hawkeyes in the front court. Sydney Falter, free throw line extended left. Holds the ball, continues to peer inside for O'Grady. Now gives it to Olsen, drives down the left side, right-handed layup, no. Rebound O'Grady, pushes it out to Olsen. Now a Falter for 3, in and out. And Stalkey battles for the rebound along the baseline, but it's pulled down by Cheyenne Sellers. Gets it to Poffenbarger. Three-pointer right wing, no. Kylie Feuerbach the rebound. Brings it into the front court quickly. Kylie on the right side. Now in between the circles. Here's a falter. Free throw line extended left outside the three-point arc. Now here's Stuelke. Whips it into the corner. Feuerbach for three off the front of the iron. And the ball goes out of bounds off of Maryland. Ellie Kubek, who just came into the game. As Taylor Stremlow, her first appearance. Iowa down 8. But we'll have the basketball along the baseline. Stuelke to inbounds. Gets it in the corner to Olsen. Now right back to Hannah. Makes it move in the paint and has it blocked away. Nice block by Poffenbarger at 6'2". After Stuelke made a nice spin move. Maryland quickly down court. Here's Tibiasu. And she'll fire a three right side. Hit the glass first. And a long rebound into the hands of Stremlow. One-handed pass to Kylie Feuerbach. Drives all the way to the paint. Has it knocked away by Tibiasu. And now Stremlow batted it up in the air, but Schmeichel comes down with it. 10-2. Maryland on top with the basketball. Tibiasu now gets it in. Kubek back to Tibiasu. She drives in the paint. Pulls up her dribble 15 feet away. Now a three-pointer. Schmeichel buries it left wing.
Yeah, Schmeichel scored a lot of points at Rutgers. She scored a lot of points at Maryland.
And then quickly down court. Addie O'Grady beats everybody down for a left-handed layup.
More of that. That's what Iowa needs. Push the ball in transition and keep them on their heels.
13-4. Maryland on top. Three-pointer straight away is good by Kubek.
I always say it's a shooter's gym here. You know, sometimes that works for the opponent too.
As so far, Maryland on fire here to start the game. 16-4 Terrapins. Here's Olsen on the right wing. Lobs it into O'Grady. Goes to that left hand and gets it to go. Just crawled over the front of the rim.
At vintage Addie O'Grady. Right shoulder with the left hand finger roll.
Sellers tries to make a move on the left wing. And a blocking foul will be called on Hannah Stuelke, and that's 2 at the 4:21 mark of the first quarter.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate second foul call there for Stuelke, and as she is being subbed out for Tegan Mulaney. But I think in a game like this, Rob, it might be one where you see the coaches rolling the dice and letting her come back earlier, not sitting for the rest of this half.
Hawks down 10. Inbounds taken by Poffenbarger. Turnaround jumper outside of the paint. Right wing, no. Battle for the rebound. Dug up by Maryland. There's that extra opportunity we talked about with that outstanding offensive rebound the Terrapins have all season long. Sellers in the corner. Contested three. Knocks it down.
Now, the beauty of a hot start is that those percentages don't normally last. So take this run, stop the bleeding, and then get your own.
19-4 run by Maryland. They lead it 19-6. And here's Schmeichel. Almost picked off, but retrieved by McCabe. Gets it to Mulaney on the left wing. Puts it on the floor. Tried to get it right side Stremlow, and it was tapped away, dug up by Sellers. And then a foul in the backcourt will be called on the Hawkeyes.
Here, Queen will check in. McLean will check in for the Terrapins. Ava Hyde checking in.
Ava Hyde comes in. Thought the official signaled a foul, but thankfully no foul, and it'll actually be out of bounds off of Maryland. Hawkeye basketball. And they quickly get it into Hyden on the right wing, and she is bumped to the ground.
The foul is on Maryland's number 24.
And there is a foul on Bree McDaniel just into the game. 5'10" junior from Chicago, averaging 10.2. 19-6 in favor of the Terrapins. Mulaney looks to get it in. Has to zing a pass out to Stremlow. Now Olsen in between the circles. Sellers comes out on her. Dribbles behind her back. Keeps that left-handed dribble going. She's doubled. Gets it to Mulaney for three. Left wing off the right side of the iron. Ball tapped high in the air and dug up by McLean into the game.
Good effort by Taylor Stremlow to try to create an offensive board for Iowa there. Just didn't quite get it tapped out far enough.
Here's Delsey on the left wing, hands to Schmeichel, brings it to the top of the key, and you can feel that she's been very aggressive at the offensive end. Shot is up and no good from the baseline, but rebound by Delsey, goes up, has it knocked away, but she touched it last. Hawkeye basketball down 19-6.
Delsey, the Villanova transfer, she's the one averaging over 4 offensive rebounds a game, but that's how she gets a lot of them, is she gets her own misses right around the rim. And she was a teammate of Lucy Olsen's actually at Villanova, so the two of them had a little fun pregame with one another, but one to keep a body and a box out on for Ava Hayden as she stays in the game.
And Guyton in for Olsen. Under 3 left to go. First quarter, 19-6 in favor of Maryland. Guyton gets a pass to Stremlow, whips it into Hayden. Left-handed layup, good. Terrific passing.
Great pass. Almost felt like it was an overpass that was going to turn to a turnover, but Taylor Stremlow, great heads up. Good finish by Ava Hayden.
Crowd trying to get the Hawkeyes back into this one. 19-8, Maryland with the lead in the basketball. Schmeichel at the top of the key, lost control of it, but got it back and gets it to Sellers with 9 to shoot. Sellers gets a screen, drives down the right side, pulls from 14, no, and a foul will be called on the Hawkeyes, Ava Hayden.
And I just saw Jan Jensen give a Lisa Bluter-inspired foot stomp at her freshman forward there. End of the shot clock. Sellers is taking pretty much a prayer of a 16-foot jumper off one leg, and Hayden just finishes with the contact. But those are frustrating for the coaching staff when you know you've got Maryland right where you want them at the end of a possession, and yet you draw a foul and send them to the free throw line.
Sellers, the first of 2, strong on the first. Maryland, a 73.3 free throw shooting team this year. 19-8. Second one, good. Sellers with 7. Maryland by 12. Guyton brings it across the timeline. Gets it to McCabe. Three-pointer right side short. And the rebound taken along the baseline by Bree McDaniel. Brings it into the front court herself and then all the way to the rim. Uncontested left-handed layup. Physical player and a fiery player. And certainly aggressive to the rim that time. Mullaney drives baseline, up and under, move, got it to go. Had just enough on it.
Made it work. Tegan Mullaney, these freshmen, Guyton, Stremlow, they never faced Maryland. They got out here with nothing to lose.
Sellers gets it to the right side. Poffenbarger, air ball on the three-pointer from the right wing. And a push-off away from the ball is going to be called on Tegan Mullaney.
Those fouls away from the ball and the shots up in the air, those are the kind of calls it's like officials could make that pretty much every single time down the floor if they want, and those are what's really hard to know as a player. What made that one a foul versus every other time down where you're physical on a box out.
A.J. Ediger. An early appearance, 1:34 left to go in the first quarter. Sellers can't go inside and then kicks it out to Delsey. Her mid-range jumper no good from the left wing. The Hawkeyes hustle down court with the basketball. Here's Guyton. Gets into the paint. Left-handed layup is good after the hesitation move from the left wing.
Highlight reel from Aaliyah Guyton. Double hesitation, gets to the rim, finishes with the offhand.
22-12. Maryland with the ball and the lead. Good ball movement by the Terrapins. Sellers 3, rimming no, and a rebound taken down by Delsey. She goes up, no, gets her own rebound, can't finish, and gets it again off of A.J. Ediger, and that time she's tied up. And the possession arrow favors the Hawkeyes with 52 seconds left to go in the first.
Oh man, I think 3 in a row offensive rebounds there for Delsey. Luckily, Iowa finally able to get a hand on it and create the jump ball rather than foul. But my goodness, talk about relentless effort from Delsey.
Well, you said that was one of her fortes, and she showed us right there. 22-12. Hawkeyes with 17 to shoot, 38 on the game clock. Here's McCabe for 3, straight away, count it, after the penetration by Guyton. And a player down for Maryland out on the right wing.
Looks like it's Bree McDaniel.
As that McCabe 3 came from the top of the key. And you looked at Leah Guyton driving down the right side, got to the block, and then got a pass out to the top of the key to a wide open Taylor McCabe. Remember, she was 5 of 8 from 3 against Penn State and has been on a tear as of late.
Well, Taylor's more than capable of knocking down shots from 3, and what you really like to see is she did miss one right before that, but then she comes, has unconscious, doesn't worry about the one she missed a couple of possessions before, and she is letting that thing fly. And you've seen Taylor, you know, she has done that in practice for 3 years now in an Iowa uniform, and so there's no shortage of confidence from Coach Jensen and the rest of the staff that this is what she's capable of. So it's really good to see her feel that same way, give the smile after the 3 on her quick release. It's really hard to guard.
And that makes it 22-15, 31.8 left to go in the first. Bree McDaniel is up and walked to the end of the bench as the officials taking a look at the play. And nothing there as Guyton made a move toward the basket. And the Hawkeyes on a 7-0 run the last 115. Knocked down 3 of their last 3 from the floor. Maryland, as you mentioned, Catherine, just on fire the first half of the first quarter, now 1 for their last 8.
Yeah, exactly. You know, high numbers, the way they were shooting the 3 at the beginning of the game, it's really hard to sustain that. Not to say they won't continue to hit them, but and interesting here now, Rob, to see Iowa come out in the zone. Not something we've seen really at all from the Jensen era.
17 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Maryland working that basketball side to side. Sellers comes out in between the circles. Almost picked off by McCabe. Sellers gets it back. Kubek for 3, left side, no. And A.J. Ediger, a hustle rebound with 1 second left to go. And Leah Guyton didn't realize how much time was left to go in the quarter to try to get a shot up, but what a close to the last 10 minutes by the Hawks.
Yeah, if you're the coaching staff in the team, you got to be really happy with the kind of the shift after the Coach Jensen called timeout with about 6:50 to go in the quarter. A lot of differences since then. Iowa showing some fight, showing some energy, and knocking down shots along the way.
University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this year, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. We'll head to the second quarter. Maryland at 22, Iowa 15. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Hey Hawk fans, ready to elevate your game day experience? Introducing Daydreamer Cannabis Infused Beverages. Made locally in North Liberty, Iowa, Daydreamer is your all-natural, low-calorie lifestyle beverage made with real fruit. It's light, healthy, and alcohol-free. Just what you need to keep you relaxed when the game heats up. So grab yourself a Daydreamer. Sip local and dream big. As always, enjoy responsibly. Visit us online at enjoydaydreamer.com.
Life's busy, and Quick Start gets it. Whether you're grabbing fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or a quick meal, Quick Start is your go-to for quality and fast service. From clean restrooms to fresh groceries, easy meal options, and guaranteed fuel, we make your day easier. Plus, enjoy perks like free ATMs, free air for your tires, and sweet rewards with the Quick Rewards program. Everything you need in one stop, and always a friendly, see you next time. Quick Start, where your day gets easier and better.
Welcome back to a sold-out Carver Hawkeye Arena. We have played one, Maryland 22, Iowa 15. At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Fast start by Maryland. Nice close by the Hawkeyes.
Absolutely. After having 4 turnovers in the first 3 minutes, Iowa really cleaned that up, only had 2 more. Done a decent job on the glass with the exception of Dowsey, who they really need to find a body on, especially when she's the one taking short field goals. She's got 5 offensive rebounds already so far on the game, and that's part of the reason why Maryland has some second chance points. But overall, if you're this Iowa team, I think you're pretty happy with the way you closed the quarter, and use that as a springboard here to go into the second.
And Catherine, the bench did it again.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of this bench. Taylor McCabe, Tegan Mullaney, Taylor Stremlow, Leah Guyton. It's kind of an endless list, it feels like.
Maryland with the basketball. First possession of the second quarter. Here's Tibiasu, and she'll pull a long 2 straight away. That's her first basket. She's a shooter and will look for threes in transition as well. 24-15, Maryland. Lob pass into O'Grady as there were 2 red jerseys down there, and the ball goes out of bounds.
Tibiasu, the player of the year in the Atlantic 10 last year, transferred to Maryland from VCU. And so to your point about how many weapons this Maryland team has, she's another one who doesn't get all the attention, but certainly capable.
And 10 new players.
Yeah, 10 new faces is a little bit crazy, but I suppose it's not crazy anymore in this era of transfer portal and NIL.
Lob pass inside to Kubek, and there's Lucy Olson along the baseline to steal it away. Brings it into the front court. Here's a falter on the right wing, dribbles into the paint, all the way to the hoop. Left-handed layup, good.
I love it. Iowa's had a lot of success when they put the pressure on the Maryland defense in transition.
24-17 Maryland. They've led the entire way after Lucy Olson gave the Hawkeyes a 2-0 lead. Here's Schmeichel in between the circles. She has 7. And then Feuerbach bats the ball away and out of bounds. Maryland will keep possession as Taylor McCabe comes in for Kylie Feuerbach.
Coming out of the quarter break, Iowa has stuck with that zone defense. A little bit interesting to see that, especially with the way Maryland's been shooting the basketball, but it seems to have slowed them down a little bit as far as their offensive attack.
1 for 8 at one point late in the first quarter were the Terrapins. Tibiasu in between the circles. Lucy Olson out on her, and she'll stop and fire for 3 off the back of the bracket. No good. Straight away 3 miss. Mullaney gets the rebound to a falter across the timeline. 24-17 Maryland. Here's a falter. Dribbles between her legs. Drops it into O'Grady. Goes up. Has it blocked by Poffenbarger. Timed it nicely, and she dribbles it all the way into the front court. Spin move, paint, left-handed layup, no. Rebound taken down by Maryland, and Iowa is able to tie up Kubek, and possession arrow favors the Hawkeyes down 24-17.
Physical couple of possessions on both ends of the court. Seems like a lot of contact was happening, no fouls called, and I think that's what you expect in a game like this. 2 high-caliber teams and 3 high-quality officials.
Olson into the front court to a falter. Drives paint about 12 feet away. Kicks it out to Mullaney. Dribbles it to the top of the key. Pushes it left side to Lucy Olson. One-hand pass attempt to Addie O'Grady, who was posting outside of the paint. And that pass went to her left toward the baseline. Too much on it and out of bounds. Those entry passes have got to get cleaned up.
3 turnovers on the same type of attempted entry to Addie O'Grady. So that's on the guard and on the post. Have a better seal, keep your ground, and then guards give her a better pass.
24-17, Maryland with the lead in the basketball second quarter action. O'Grady bats the ball away, but Sellers retrieves, drives down the right side. Shot no, fouls her own shot, gets the rebound. Now kicks it out to McDaniel. She's back into the game after being down for a few moments. Lost control of the ball to O'Grady. Now to a falter. Gets it into the front court. Swings the ball to Mullaney, and then almost threw it away, but a falter able to get it back at midcourt. Now to McCabe for 3 off the left side of the iron. Missed it from the right wing. McDaniel the board. Bree brings it into the front court. Sellers left wide open, left side, and rolls into three-pointer.
A defensive miscue from Iowa. You can see the shoulder shrugs looking at each other. They knew they missed the matchup there on Sellers.
That snaps a scoring drought of 2:30 from Maryland, who now find themselves up 10, 3 minutes into the second quarter. A falter, aggressive along the baseline, reverse layup, no good with the right hand. Nice move, just couldn't get it to go. Maryland brings it into the front court. Sellers hands to Schmeichel, top of the key, drives down the left side. Now McDaniel in the corner, three-pointer, got it. Timeout Iowa. McDaniel, quick release, deep, in the corner, and she's capable to knock down those 3-pointers as the Hawkeyes take timeout with 6:40 left to go in quarter number 2 after back-to-back threes made by the Terrapins on a 6-0 run the last 30 seconds. Maryland 30, Iowa 17. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Check out Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. They are like new and only available at your local Honda dealer. Checked, inspected, and reconditioned with genuine Honda parts by factory-trained technicians. Honda certified it and backed it with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Certified pre-owned Hondas are in stock now at your local Honda dealer. Drive worry-free with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Honda certified it. Only when you buy at your local Honda dealer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
After Maryland led 22-15 after one, the Terrapins start fast in the second quarter, outscoring the Hawkeyes 8-2. And you look at the Maryland box score, 7 out of 13 from 3. This team in the 3 conference games have been under 30% from 3, 34.5 on the year. But Sellers, 3 out of 4, has led the way from deep.
Yeah, no shortage of confidence shooting the three-point. That's what kind of sticks out to me watching Maryland shoot the ball against Iowa, is that even when there's kind of a hand in their face, that hand in their face isn't quite close enough. And so I think for Iowa, it's turning up your aggression a little bit and recognizing, okay, what we've done so far in this game hasn't deterred their three-point attack. So what can we change that can try to change the course of it? And I think that's turning up the heat, being a little more aggressive in their face. These officials are letting them play. They're allowing some additional physicality. And so you got to play the style that the officials allow.
Iowa has had 7 players score, which is a good sign, but it's been Cheyenne Sellers with 10 and Schmeichel with 7, leading the way for the Terrapins.
And here comes that pressure defense, full three-quarter court that we talked about in the pregame.
How will the Hawkeyes handle that with Guyton back in the game? She brings it across the timeline. Hawkeyes down 13 with the basketball. Here's a Fulter, free throw line extended left, who's made some really nice moves and tried that entry pass again, and it's batted up in the air by Maryland, and the Terrapins bring it into the front court. McDaniel on the left side, drives in the paint, drops it inside for Kubek. She pivots, goes up, missed the left-handed layup. Weak side rebound taken down by the freshman Ava Hayden. Gets it to McCabe. Now Guyton on the left wing. Pulls it back in between the circles. Hawks still down 30-17. Now McCabe gets free on the right side. Back iron 3, no. But the ball taken by Hayden on the offensive rebound. Gets it back to a Fulter. 13 to shoot for the Hawkeyes. Now a bounce pass intended for Hayden. And the ball is kicked. And Stalkey comes back into the game. Remember, she picked up 2 fouls at the 4:21 mark of the first quarter. This is her first appearance since.
Yeah, not surprised to see Stolke back in the game, and frankly, I'd love to see them go to her on the offensive end. She establishes such strong post position on the block. It's high percentage shots, and she did herself to the free throw line that way. So I'm hopeful to see her be involved in the offense and play smart defensively.
And Hannah gets it into Guyton on the left wing. Now back to Hannah. She's in the paint, goes up, has the ball batted away, and it's dug up by Sellers. Cheyenne in transition, then pulls up as Schmeichel catches the ball on the left wing and drills another three-pointer.
The Maryland ball movement has been really impressive. They're passing it so quickly that the defensive rotations are hard for Iowa to make.
And Stalkey gets it down on the block and goes up strong, and a whistle. And that's going to go against Maryland.
The foul is on number 6, Sailor Hoffenbarger.
Hoffenbarger will pick up her first. That's only the second team foul. And Hannah Stalkey at the free throw line with the Hawks down 33-17. First one is no good. A little bit strong off the back of the iron.
Hoffenbarger is another player that has spent a lot of time playing college basketball. She started off at Connecticut, went to Arkansas, was actually recruited by Iowa with a connection with former assistant Lacey Goldwire. So she knows this program pretty well herself.
Stalkey knocks down the second free throw, 1 out of 2, and it's 33-18. 5:10 left to go until halftime. Maryland, little high-low action, and wide open underneath is Schmeichel. Nice pass by Kubek at the free throw line, dropped it underneath. 35-18. Guyton gets it to Stalkey, can't handle the pass on the left wing. Just an unforced error, not much pressure out on the wing.
Yeah, there's been too many of those thus far. And on the defensive end, that last possession, you saw Maryland run a set play that basically was perfectly designed for the way the Iowa zone moves. So they cut back door, and quickly after having seen that, I see Coach Jensen signal to go back to a player-to-player defense. She doesn't want to see any more of that happening.
11-1 run by Maryland over the last 2:22, lead it 35-18. Schmeichel, free throw line extended left. Gets a screen, comes to the top of the key, stops at the 15-foot mark, drops a pass inside to Kubek, goes up and is fouled by Hayden. We talk about the ball movement for Maryland, which has been very good, but their players are doing a great job moving without the basketball.
They are, and I know we say they're 10 new faces, but they're not 10 new freshmen.
Veteran college players.
Exactly. You know, you go down the roster, and in the starting lineup, you've got the player of the year from the Atlantic 10. You've got the all Big Ten player from Rutgers. You've got an all SEC freshman. You've got the all defensive team from the Big East. You know, you've really, so it's not surprising that they have all this experience, and they're very highly talented players that are learning to play well together. 1
out of 2 for Kubek, and offensive rebound goes to Maryland. Bree McDaniel for 3, right wing, strong, no good. And Stremlow into the game, pulls down the rebound, gets it to Olsen in the front court. She'll stop and fire a three-pointer, skipped off the left side of the rim, long rebound to Schmeichel of Maryland. 36-18 Terrapins. Offensberger in between the circles, gets it into the corner. McDaniel, aggressive move to the rim, and just threw it up along the baseline. Lost control of the ball, and it went into the basket.
Yeah, that wasn't even a shot attempt. It was a hard dribble that left her hands in her possession and went in the basket. Looked like backyard playing horse.
Boy, when things are going good, they're going good if you're Maryland. 38-18. Drive on the baseline by a Falter is strong, no good. Bree McDaniel, coast to coast, missed the easy layup. Got that other circus shot to go, didn't make the layup, and both teams get after the loose ball. And it's a tie-up situation with the possession arrow favoring the Terrapins.
Well, 3.5 minutes is a lot of time and a half, but I think now is the time for Iowa to start to make a little bit of a dent in this 20-point lead that Maryland has racked up. And that starts on the defensive end, but really it's your execution on the other side and not settling for quick contested shots.
Mir McLean comes into the game for Maryland. You get the ball into Schmeichel, dribbles behind her back on the left wing, and then pops a pass into McLean. She tries to make a move off of O'Grady, and Addie O'Grady whistled for the foul.
A lot of contact away from the ball there, actually involving Lucy Olsen and Bree McDaniel, so it kind of took your focus away from the play down on the block. But O'Grady has struggled in her career to stay straight up, even when she has a height advantage on the offensive player, and that's what got her there.
A.J. Ediger back for the Hawkeyes. McLean free throw, no good. Spun out on the left side. 38-18. Then all Maryland here in the second quarter. Second one is good. That's her first point. Olsen brings the ball across the timeline for the Hawkeyes. 3:20 left to go, second quarter. Fulter tries to pop a pass inside to A.J. Ediger. And the ball is knocked up and out of bounds, as we'll get a foul on Maryland. Offenbarger picks up her second. Delsey comes back in. 6'2" senior, averaging 8.9. Ball possession for the Hawkeyes, down 39-18. Guyton gets it into A.J. Ediger on the left wing. Bounce pass to Stremlow. And she drives toward the baseline. Missed the layup with the right hand on the left side. Then a frustration foul after. And Taylor Stremlow picks up her first. Another terrific move. Just could not get the layup to go down.
Seems like we've had a few of those, doesn't it? Where they've made aggressive drives to the rim, had good looks. Sydney a couple times. Now Taylor Stremlow, but those will fall. I really believe that, and that's the right approach when they're playing a high pressure defense on you, is to take it straight to the rim. Hawks have missed their last 7 from the floor. Maryland in the front court on top, 39-18. DiBiase, one-handed pass to the right side. Sellers puts it on the floor, pulls from 12, no good. A.J. Ediger pulls down the rebound. Gets it to Taylor Stremlow on the left wing. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. Bounce pass attempt inside to Olsen. Picked off by Schmeichel. And she dribbles down the right side of the paint. Shot is up and no good. Ediger another rebound. Nice tough rebound by A.J. Gets it to Stremlow. 39-18. As the Hawks work it around the outer arc. And a whistle underneath as Olsen trying to post down on the left block. DiBiase picks up her first. Feuerbach for Guyton. McDaniel back for Maryland. Schmeichel will sit down with 12. 39-18. Terrapins. Hawkeyes get the ball into Ediger on the left side. Lob pass to Olsen. And a whistle before Lucy could get a shot up. It's going to be a hold on Sellers. Good to see Lucy be active the way she is right now ever since she came back in the game. You think maybe she got the message like, look, you're our leading scorer. You're this go-to player for us. You're looking to make things happen, and especially when you're playing from behind, you got to have those veteran players leading the charge.
Ball possession once again for the Hawkeyes. Bounce pass into Ediger on the left side. Now Olsen, free throw line extended left. Lucy puts it on the floor, tries to get a pass into A.J. Ediger. It's batted up in the air by Bree McDaniel and dug up by DiBiase, who's left wide open for 3 straight away, drills it.
Turnovers make it really hard to defend, and that's what we've seen time and again here so far in this game.
42-18, we're under 2, second quarter. Olsen, deep 3, left side, drills it. That ends a drought.
There we go. Gets the crowd involved, too. They haven't had much to cheer about here for a little while, so maybe they can add some momentum for the Hawks.
Olsen with 5. Maryland gets it inside. A block by a Fulter as McLean went up on the left block. Let's see if that energizes the Hawkeyes.
Certainly energized Sid. I had some words for after the block.
They love those block shots, don't they?
They really do. Momentum plays for certain.
42-21. Maryland on top with the basketball. Tried to get it into Sellers. Stremlow taps it out of bounds. Terrapins will have to do it again, this time on the side, right in front of the Iowa bench. 1:32 left to go, second quarter. Maryland has outscored Iowa 20-6. That all in quarter number 2. Sellers looks and a whistle. As a foul will be called before the entry pass. Olsen picks up her first. So Sellers will throw it in right in front of us along the side. Gets it back and then drives all the way to the rim. Easy layup with the right hand on the left side. Delsey caught it, got it right back to Sellers. She has 12. Here's Olsen. Left to the top of the key, hands it off to Stremlow, takes a couple of dribbles. Now Lucy on the left side, drives all the way to the rim. Running shot with the right hand, no good. Just banked it a little too hard. Rebound Down to Maryland. Ibiasu hands it off to Sellers. Drives left side, has it stolen away by Feuerbach. And a late call is made, a push on the Hawkeyes.
Really late whistle there is what's the source of the frustration for everybody, including the fans in this building. I think there was a lot of contact, but when you blow the whistle that late, it's just, you know, if you're going to make the call, make it when it happens. Don't make a makeup call.
Ediger with her first. After the Hawkeyes were headed the other way, free throw Sellers good. .13 for Sellers, 45-21. Second one, swish. Cheyenne Sellers with 14, and it's 46-21. We're under a minute. Second quarter. Olsen, step back three, and a foul will be called on Sellers on the three-point attempt by Lucy Olsen. That'll be 2 on the 6'2" forward from Aurora, Ohio, Cheyenne Sellers.
It's one of those days you don't envy the officials. You know, on both ends of the floor, pretty much every time they blow the whistle, they're getting hands thrown in the air, frustrated coaches. And that's just the emotion of a game like this. You know, both teams view it as a rivalry, so there's every possession means a lot. And, you know, these officials are definitely hearing it, both from the players, the coaches, and the Iowa fan base.
So Olsen at the free throw line, first of 3. Got the first one to go. Lucy with 6. And you're right, Catherine, more aggressiveness from Lucy here the last couple minutes.
Definitely. I think she's taken it to heart. You know, hey, our team's down. She hasn't necessarily been in this position yet in an Iowa uniform. And so seeing how she responds, I like it. I like the aggression. I think continue to play through Lucy. She draws defensive attention. It leads to her teammates being open.
3 out of 3 at the line from Lucy Olsen. She has 8. 46-24. Maryland on top with the basketball. Schmeichel to the rim, left-handed layup good, off the window. 14 for Kayleen Schmeichel, the transfer from Rutgers. 48-24. Hawks down with the basketball, 15 to shoot. Here's Stremlow on the right wing, takes 2 dribbles, gets it back to Lucy Olsen out behind the arc on the right wing. Now dribbles it out toward the logo, and now a step back 3, right wing, drills it. Lucy Olsen heating up.
Absolutely, love the shot and great execution on this step back.
Schmeichel tries to answer from the right side, no good. And that'll do it for the first half of play. Well, Lucy Olsen doing all she can to try to get the Hawkeyes back into this game as the Hawks trail 48-27 at the half. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives. For all of Iowa and beyond, visit uihealthcare.org. Don't forget that you can join the swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more. The Hawkeye halftime show is coming up. Maryland 48, Iowa 27. Hawks were 2 of their last 10 from the floor, both of those coming from Lucy Olsen. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Fran McCaffrey. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Did you know that UI ranks near the top of the EPA's Green Power Leaderboard with 84% of our energy coming from renewable sources? Now you can be a part of the team that makes it happen. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, with our partner, NG Iowa, is offering full-time positions in utility operations for our campus and hospital water, heating, steam, and distribution systems. Check out the jobs and apply at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Iowa Hawkeyes all season long. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is the Hawkeye Halftime Show, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Now back to courtside.
Maryland outscored Iowa in that second quarter after the Hawks really made a nice push at the end of the first quarter and lead it 48-27. Maryland won the second quarter 26-12. The holidays may be over, but it's not too late to win with the Iowa Lottery. Enter your non-winning holiday scratch and Instaplay tickets into the VIP club today for your chance to win a share of over $1 million. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today. You can earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval, minimum $50 deposit, requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. It's now time for our halftime stats report brought to you by Hy-Vee. Hey, Hawkeyes, after the game, stop by your local Hy-Vee, where they've lowered prices on thousands of items that you use every day. Hy-Vee, dedicated to making your life easier, healthier, and happier. And we'll get to the stats after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. And of course, a big hand as Lisa Bluter at midcourt being honored at halftime. Beth Getz, Iowa Athletic Director, handing her a very nice picture with all the pictures of the Iowa teams that she has coached in the background. A standing ovation for Lisa Bluter. Lucy Olson leads the way individually. Only player in double figures for the Hawkeyes with 11. Addie O'Grady has 4. Taylor McCabe a 3-pointer. Addie O'Grady has 4, as we mentioned. Sydney Falter a basket for 2. Anna Stalke with 2 fouls. Picked those up at the 4:21 mark of the first quarter, just with a free throw for 1 point. So expect her to have a big second half. Ava Hayden, Aaliyah Guyton, and Tegan Mullaney all with a basket. Individually for Maryland, 14 from Cheyenne Sellers, 14 from Aileen Schmeichel, the 2 leading scorers for the Terrapins. Tibiasu has 5. Poffenbarger 3. McLean 1 out of 2 from the free throw line for 1 point. And Ali Kubek has 4. Bree McDaniel has been very good off the bench with 7 points for the Terrapins. Hawkeyes 10 out of 26 from the floor, 38.5%. 3 out of 9 from 3 for 33.3. 4 of 5 from the free throw line, 80%. For Maryland, who really started hot in that first quarter, and especially from deep, they were 5 out of 10 in the first 10 minutes. Ended up 39%, 16 of 41 from the floor, 9 of 17 from 3, 52.9%. That's been huge for the Terrapins. 7 out of 10 from the free throw line. Maryland has out-rebounded Iowa 24-18. They have 11 offensive boards. Iowa has only 6 assists, 13 turnovers, 9 and 5 in that category for Maryland. That's a look at the stats presented by Hy-Vee as the Hawkeyes trail 48-27. More halftime after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hey Hawkeye fans, Nick Jackson with Iowa Football here. Your support in the stands is critical to our success on game day, but now you have another way to make a real impact. Join the Swarm today and partner with my teammates and me to service charities throughout Iowa. Together, we're making our state stronger and helping Iowa athletics become the place where we experience the thrill of winning championships. Head to iowaswarm.com for more information. Let's make a difference, Hawkeye Nation.
Hey folks, there's nothing better than burgers, beer, and sunshine. At Burger Shed, we've got all that and more. Try the pork banh mi sandwich with kimchi and teriyaki sauce, or triple your fun with the BS Mac, stacked with 3 buns with our signature BS sauce and homemade pickles. Wash it all down with a cold local brew, and don't forget to soak up the sunshine on one of our 2 patios with lakefront views. The only BS you need is the Burger Shed. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Honda drivers, if you want to keep your Honda a Honda, only service your Honda with the experts at your local Honda dealer. They use genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to service all Hondas, keeping your Honda a Honda. Don't trust your investment to anyone else. Only service with genuine Honda parts and factory certified technicians to make sure your Honda stays 100% Honda. When you need service for your Honda, search your local Honda dealer.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Celebration for Lisa Bluter on her retirement continues at half court as Maryland leads the Hawkeyes 48-27. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. U.S. Bank is a proud sponsor of the Hawkeyes. We're in it with you for the good stuff and all the hard work it takes to get there, because together there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Scores around the Big Ten. We've got 3 finals as Ohio State has defeated Northwestern 92-62, Nebraska 72, Penn State 61, and Minnesota have been playing good basketball as of late. Gets a home court victory against Illinois at 68-61. We'll check NFL scores after the break as the Hawkeyes trail Maryland 48-27. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, Melrose Meadows. Voted Iowa City's best retirement community. Tired of cooking, cleaning, or just being alone? Check out Melrose Meadows. Voted Iowa City's best retirement community with underground parking, heated pool, and endless opportunities to stay fit and social. Visit melrosemeadows.com.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this season, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at iowaenergycollaborative.com. Finals in the NFL today. The Panthers over the Falcons 44-38 in overtime. The Texans over the Titans 23-14. Philadelphia Eagles on their way to the playoffs 20. New York Giants 13. The Colts win by 3 over the Jaguars 26-23. Another overtime game. And the Commanders take care of the Cowboys 23-19. Packers lose to the Bears 24-22. Buccaneers 27, Saints 19. Buccaneers win the division, on to the playoffs. The Patriots 23, the Bills 16. A lot of teams resting their players for the playoffs. And the Chargers lead the Raiders 34-13. Cardinals 33, 49ers 24. And the Broncos all over the Chiefs, resting all their players, of course, 38-0. Denver wins it. And Seattle 30, and the LA Rams 25, and the Jets leading the Dolphins in the fourth quarter 25-13. Maryland 48, Iowa 27. Third quarter action next. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, a AAA 4-diamond luxury property located just a few minutes from the Eastern Iowa Airport and downtown Cedar Rapids. Whether you're visiting for business or pleasure, the hotel is happy to welcome you. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Hawk fans, join the Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minnesota this February 6th and 7th when the Hawkeyes take on the Minnesota Gophers. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited is proud to present the official away game package that includes game tickets, motor coach transportation to and from Minneapolis with overnight accommodations at the Graduate Hotel within walking distance of the arena. Show your support for our incredible Hawkeye women's basketball team in Minneapolis in this fun-filled Hawkeye travel package. Email Alex at duagency.com or call 319-393-1359.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Maryland with the basketball as Sellers drives to the right side, kicks it off for three, and it is good by Poffenbarger. That's her second three-pointer, and Maryland strikes first in quarter number 3. A Falter wide open three, left to the top of the key, no good off the right side of the rim. Rebound taken down by Delsey. Quickly down court, Sellers, mid-range left side, no. Hawks battle for the rebound and a whistle underneath.
Imagine the halftime message from Coach Jensen was extremely positive, knowing how she likes to coach. You gather yourself a little bit, and then you know it's one possession at a time. A comeback doesn't happen in one shot. It happens over time. Just keep digging away at it.
Delsey picks up the foul. Hawks get into the front court. Bounce pass inside to O'Grady. Turns toward the baseline. Left-handed layup. Good. Stolke the assist from the free throw line. A little high-low action.
The high-low action's been really kind to the Hawks so far this year. And I like it. It's high percentage shots. Nice pass from Stolke. Good finish by O'Grady.
51-29. Just underway. Third quarter. Maryland with the lead in the basketball. And Schmeichel tries to make a move at the elbow. And an offensive foul will be called on her. That's her first.
Great defensive footwork by Kylie Fierbach, drawing that charge, something we've become accustomed to seeing her do this year.
Hawks with the basketball. Olsen pushes it to a Falter on the left wing. Now back to Olsen. Did a great job being aggressive at the offensive end in the second quarter, especially last 2 or 3 minutes. She has the ball outside the paint on the right side. Now gives it to Stolke for three. That's an air ball from the right side, and the rebound and putback by Sydney Falter. That spun on the rim and finally decided to drop in.
And one man's air ball is another woman's assist, as Stolke's air ball leads to the Falter O-board and putback.
And Sydney needed that one to go. Had a couple of near misses in the first half. Hook pass inside to Schmeichel, and she jockeys for position. Shot no good. Rebound O'Grady to Fierbach. Pushes the ball to a Falter three-pointer. Got it. Right wing. Timeout, Maryland.
Great to see some life in these Iowa Hawkeyes. You can see their huddle. They know what it takes to come back and win this type of game. They're not going anywhere.
30-second timeout called by the Terrapins, sensing a little Hawkeye rally now on a 7-0 run, and it's 51-34. Hawk fans, enjoy your home away from home at Coralville's All Suite Homewood Suites and the Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Relax in spacious suites with free breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, and more. Perfectly located for your next Hawkeye visit. 7:38 left to go in the third. Maryland 51. The Hawks 34 on a 7-0 run. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Life's busy, and Quickstar gets it. Whether you're grabbing fresh coffee, a bakery treat, or a quick meal, Quickstar is your go-to for quality and fast service. From clean restrooms to fresh groceries, easy meal options, and guaranteed fuel, we make your day easier. Plus, enjoy perks like free ATMs, free air for your tires, and sweet rewards with the Quick Rewards program. Everything you need in one stop, and always a friendly, see you next time. Quickstar, where your day gets easier and better.
Lacer Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and throughout campus. Lacer Graphics and Signs helps build your brand through custom graphics, signage, and video displays designed to specifically tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Lacer Graphics and Signs, a preferred graphic and signage provider of Iowa Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at lacer.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Hey folks, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. We're all about comfort food at the Machine Shed. Indulge in our classic fried chicken, which is prepared with our own secret spices. Or try our Cattleman sirloin tips, featuring certified Angus beef, served with our famous mushroom stuffing that has onions and Swiss cheese, all topped with a garlic herb sauce. Come experience the taste of home cooking at the Machine Shed.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Hawkeyes start on top 7-3 here in the third quarter, pulled to within 51-34. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is responsible for bringing state tournaments and amateur sports to our community, boosting our economy and also quality of life. Proud sponsor of UI Women's Athletics. Learn more at wegotnext.org. It'll be Maryland basketball after Brenda Freese called timeout. Hawks on a 7-0 run. In the front court, here is Schmeichel. Gets into the paint, pulls up about 13 feet away, goes up with a wild shot, contested nicely by Kylie Feuerbach, and the Hawkeyes pull the rebound. Lucy Olson pulls a three and swishes it left to the top of the key.
Nobody picked her up, and she recognized it, launched that three, and keep Lucy going the way she ended that first half.
51-37, Olson with 14. Crowd getting into it. 10-0 run by the Hawks, the last minute 38. Sellers drives toward the left side of the lane, and a blocking foul will be called on Sydney Falter.
Not the worst foul in the world, but considering Sellers had pretty much an open lane to the rim. So, in some ways, kind of a smart foul to foul on the ground and not give up that layup.
Ball possession for the Terrapins. Sellers gets it into Schmeichel on the right side. She heads toward the baseline and is tripped. That'll be Feuerbach, her first.
I wouldn't say the same about that one.
You don't want them to start multiplying, right?
Yeah, you certainly don't. Don't want to be in the bonus. But Iowa so far in the quarter have been playing really, really extremely good defense.
3 minutes into quarter number 3, 51-37. Maryland with the lead in the basketball. Schmeichel jumper right side, no. Stalky the rebound. Well, if we could get Hannah going, that'd be great. As a Falter at the top of the key. Pulls up her dribble. Now Olsen on the right wing. Swings it to Stalky, still outside the arc. Now Feuerbach looks inside, gets an O'Grady screen. Now Kylie drives down the right side, pulls it back out with 7 to shoot. A Falter gets it to Olsen, gets a screen, pulls for 3, no good left wing, goes after the rebound, digs it up as she gets down on the ground, and then she is tied up as Jan Jensen tried to get a timeout. And Maryland will have it as they have the possession arrow.
Maybe fortuitous that they didn't give Coach Jensen that timeout.
Little globetrotter move there as she was dribbling, sliding on the surface here at Carver Hawkeye Arena.
In one shoe, no less. But with Iowa only having 2 timeouts left, I don't think it's a bad thing not to have lost one there and have 2 in your back pocket as this game comes down the stretch.
Just play defense, 51-37. Maryland basketball. After the tie-up situation, Sellers jogs it across the timeline, in between the circles, angles right side. Stalky comes out on her. She tries to turn the corner and gets all the way to the rim. Stalky swats it away. Sellers gathers it. Now McDaniel deep in the corner on the left wing with 8 to shoot. Back to Sellers. Gets a screen, top of the key. Stops at the free throw line. Shot is up and no good. Nice defense by the Hawkeyes. A Falter comes away with it. Into the front court on the right wing. Sydney keeps that dribble going with the left hand. Now, Stolke. Feuerbach. And a pass inside to O'Grady, and a push from behind is called on Kubek.
Brenda Freese is furious over the last couple of possessions with the lack of a whistle down on her end of the court, and then that whistle to come here. But a fiery coach, expect nothing less.
Olsen gets it in. Feuerbach, free throw line extended right, holds the ball low. Now pulls up her dribble, gets it to O'Grady, out on the wing. Now back to Lucy Olsen. She gets to the elbow, pulls from 16, rattles it home. Olsen with 16.
Scoring in a variety of ways. It's what makes Lucy so hard to guard.
12-0 run Hawkeyes. Schmeichel has it blocked out of bounds by Stolke, and a whistle as she made a hard cut toward the rim. And that'll be 3 on Stolke, who does not have a field goal in this game. 51-39. Hawks are within 12.
Almost thought she was going to get away with one there on the block shot. The way the crowd was so loud, you couldn't even really hear the whistle blow. And I think she may have thought she got away with one too, but a nice block by Stolke, just a little too much body to go along with it.
McCabe for Kylie Feuerbach. Schmeichel at the line with 14. First one rolls off the left side, no good. Maryland with only 3 points in the quarter. Then a Poffenbarger 3. Second one, good. Schmeichel has 15, 52-39. 5:18 left to go. Third quarter action from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Here's Olsen in between the circles with that right-handed dribble. Has the long sleeves on underneath her jersey. Gets it to Taylor McCabe, free throw line extended right. A falter, pass inside. O'Grady goes up into a double team and has the ball knocked away. Dug up by Sellers, brings it into the front court. Sellers tries to back her way in, fakes, up and under move, no good. Looked like she took 2 steps, and then the ball knocked out of bounds. Touched last by the Hawkeyes. And are we going to get a timeout on the court? Jan Jensen couldn't believe that travel was not called.
And the hook to go along with it. That's what I think she's most irritated about, as she still is demonstrating the hook that just occurred on the other end of the court. You know, starting down on the Iowa offensive end, missed call potentially, go down, and then, you know, goes Maryland's way. So I think it's a compounding interest situation, Rob, of frustrations.
As we have 4:56 left to go in quarter number 3. Maryland 52, the Hawkeyes 39. Iowa on a 12-0 run, or make that a 12-1 run now after that free throw by Schmeichel, the last 4:08. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Check out Honda certified pre-owned vehicles. They are like new and only available at your local Honda dealer. Checked, inspected, and reconditioned with genuine Honda parts by factory-trained technicians. Honda certified it and backed it with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Certified pre-owned Hondas are in stock now at your local Honda dealer. Drive worry-free with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Honda certified it. Only when you buy at your local Honda dealer.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawks have outscored the Terrapins 12-4 in the quarter, trail with 4:46 left to go in the third, 52-39. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 lifeline. Call or text 988 now. Tegan Mullaney in for Iowa. Maryland basketball. Stolke with 3 fouls. Here's McDaniel going to work in the paint. Turnaround shot from 12 off one leg is good. That's 9 for Bree McDaniel, matching her point total against Rutgers the last time out. Hawkeyes with the ball in the front court, down 54-39. Mullaney makes a move from the corner toward the paint. And a foul away from the ball will be called on Addie O'Grady.
Really,
that'll be 2 on her.
A really strange call, I think. You know, just to have someone opposed clearing the lane as they cut across away from the ball, but not, 2 officials called it whistles, so clearly something happened.
Sellers in the front court, gets it to Poffenbarger. Down to McDaniel, makes a move down the left side of the lane. Left-handed layup, no good. Short. Mullaney did a good job defensively. Olsen brings it into the front court. Stop and pop is no good from the right wing. Missed it just outside the paint. And Maryland gets the board. And then a foul will be called on Lucy Olsen in the front court for Maryland. That'll be 2 on her. Stremlo into the game for the Hawkeyes, down 54-39.
Olsen was just trying to cut off Schmeichel, tried to beat her to the spot, and unfortunately didn't quite do so and create the block situation.
So Schmeichel back at the line for Maryland. First one is up and good. 4 out of 5 from the line for her. Very active player.
Really a good player.
Yes. Second one also good. She's been in double figures now 13 straight games, and is really the key to this Maryland team as you watch this 13-0 Terrapin group. 56-39. 3:45 left to go in the third. Hawkeyes have it. Stremlo on the right wing. Pushes it cross court. Mullaney 3 off the left side of the iron into the hands of Sellers. Sellers, 2-hand pass to Schmeichel, right wing. Now hands it off. 3-pointer. Poffenbarger's no good. Hawks with the rebound. Stremlo dribbles behind her back, gets it into the front court. Guyton pushes it into the corner to Mullaney. Teagan dribbles it out in between the circles. Now right side, Stremlo. She'll fire a 3-pointer. Strong, but comes right back to her. And a little scoop shot up and under is no good. Couldn't get it to climb the right side of the iron. 56-39. We're under 3 third quarter. Sellers in the front court. Now McDaniel races into the paint. Shot up and blocked away. And it looked like it was off Maryland. And the official acted underneath like she was screened away from the play. Couldn't get a good look, and then makes the call that it's Terrapin basketball along the baseline.
After a great start to the quarter, it's been a tough spell for Iowa. Nearly a 3-minute scoring drought, but Maryland on a 1-for-10 drought of their own.
But have been able to hold that lead. McDaniel, long 2, right wing, no. Into the hands of Aaliyah Guyton. Racing into the front court all the way to the rim. Layup good off the window. Terrific take by the Hawkeye freshman.
I want to see more of that. Like we said early in the game, Rob, push and transition. Make it hard for Maryland to establish their defense.
56-41, 2:25 left to go in the third. 3-pointer in the air, and that's an air ball by Kubek. Missed that one left to the top of the key, and the ball bounces out of bounds over to the Hawkeyes.
The more possessions like that Iowa's defense can create, the better. You know, that was a 1-pass contested 3-point attempt for Maryland. So the more that Iowa's defense stops them from having flow and continuity in their offense, the better.
Stalky back for the Hawkeyes with 3 fouls, only 1 point. Averaging 13.6. She has the ball, gets it back to Stremlo in between the circles. And the pass now is picked off by McDaniel. In transition, layup good off the window.
Turnovers are backbreakers, Rob, and you know we see so far in this game, Maryland has 20 points off of Iowa's turnovers. It's backbreaker.
McDaniel with 11, 58-41. We're under 2 third quarter. Stremlo on the left wing. And that was just a pass from in between the circles to the left wing. Stuckey down the left side of the lane, and a charge is called as she went up on the left block. That's 4 on Stuckey.
One of those days for Hannah, and you look at the score, 58-41. You think of a typical day from Hannah. She's probably got 10 or 12 at this point in the game. So, sometimes that's going to happen, and that's where you have to have depth and other people step up to the occasion.
Olsen will be in next dead ball. Sellers takes her time getting it across the timeline with 1:34 left to go in the third. 58-41. Gets the ball to McLean. Now McDaniel on the right wing. Sellers, that same area, fakes, tries to drive in. She's doubled, pulls up her dribble. Now Poffenberger has the ball taken away by Stremlow, and a whistle in the backcourt. Taylor Stremlow, active as always at both ends of the floor.
Yeah, she makes things happen. There's no doubt about it. And that turnover she had a couple possessions ago that you mentioned, it was just a pass across the lane, but it was a set play that Maryland had scouted, and that their defensive counter was to jump the passing lane on it. So I think sometimes that can happen to upperclassmen too, but for freshmen to learn when they know your plays, you really have to double check your passes.
Ball went out of bounds off of Maryland. Here's Olsen turning the corner. Scoop shot is up and no good. Tried to go underneath the basket with the right hand. Maryland comes away with the board. Sellers, down court pass to McDaniel, works along the baseline, has it taken away by Lucy Olsen. Lucy with those quick hands got the takeaway. Lob pass inside, Hayden, right-handed layup, good off the window.
Feeding the post, I think it's a good way to get back in this game, Rob. There's an advantage, height advantage for the Iowa in the post.
Stremlow almost another steal. Scoop pass intended for Kubek underneath, batted away by the Hawkeyes along the baseline. It'll stay with the Terrapins with 18 to shoot, 38 on the game clock, third quarter. Maryland 58, Iowa 43. Sellers will inbounds the ball along the baseline. She looks, lobs it out to McDaniel. On the right wing now, the handoff back to Sellers as they'll work some clock. Hawks will get it back. Here's Sellers, drives down the left side, and she tried to zigzag her way to the rim, is bumped as Hayden picks up her third with a blocking foul. And that'll send Cheyenne Sellers to the free throw line, where she is 3 out of 4. Second leading scorer for Maryland, 77% free throw shooter on the year.
Going to the line to shoot 2.
Coming off of 22 against Rutgers. First one in and out.
Iowa with the chance here to have the last possession of the quarter. Look for some sort of set play. If it's me, I'm playing through Lucy Olsen and frankly Ava Hayden, your freshman post. So it's a high percentage shot from one of those two players.
Sellers second, perfect. Sellers with 15, her first point in the third quarter. And the Hawks can hold for the final possession with 23 seconds. Down 59-43. Falter hands it off to Guyton. Out near half court, angles right side. Sellers defending her about 6 feet away. Now Olsen comes out by the beak of the Tiger Hawk, gets a Hayden screen, angles right side all the way to the rim. Shot no good. A little bit short off the window, and a jump ball is called right before the buzzer.
At the end of the third quarter, it's Maryland 59, Iowa 43.
And we'll see if they'll just end the half that way, and they will. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean burning fuel for your drive to the game. Drive clean with unleaded 88 and support Iowa corn farmers. Go to iowacorn.org to pump it up with unleaded 88. We'll head to the fourth. The Hawkeyes with some work to do. Maryland 59, the Hawkeyes 43. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
At At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
U.S. Cellular introduces US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection, so dinner sounds less like this and more like this. Visit in-store or online to set up US Mode. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us.
Join Bobby Hansen and Gary Dolphin each week for Hawk Talk, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in Coralville. They'll be joined each week by Coach McCaffrey and a Hawkeye player. For the complete schedule, visit HawkeyeSports.com.
Hawkeyes got off to a great start in the third quarter and ended up outscoring Maryland 16-11. So got into that lead. That was 48-27 Maryland lead at the half. It's now 59-43. At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting Midwestern hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Thanks so much for joining us along the Hawkeye Radio Network. Flagship stations WMT in Cedar Rapids, WHO in Des Moines. Of course, the Varsity app, which is free, and the Iowa Hawkeyes YouTube page, also free of charge, and also on XM Radio, channel 84 this afternoon. Well, can the Hawks make a push here, Catherine, in the first couple, 3 minutes and really make this interesting down the stretch?
I think they can, but I think you nailed it when you said in those first 3 minutes, because start to your quarter is so important. I think in the timeout, you're celebrating that you won the third quarter after kind of a rough second quarter. Hawks won 16-11 in the third. So you start early here, stop, score, stop, score.
And have a chance to score here with the basketball. Opening possession of the fourth quarter. Stremlow, free throw line extended right. Looks inside, now gets it to Olsen, top of the key, lob pass inside to O'Grady, has it blocked, gets it back, puts it up and in. Addie O'Grady with 8.
There you go, that's one at a time, one possession at a time.
59-45, the Hawkeyes will need stops defensively. We'll see how Maryland attacks it. Do they stay aggressive? Schmeichel. And contact 14 feet away. She was a little bit out of control. Feuerbach takes the charge.
A lot out of control. And again, Feuerbach willing to sacrifice her body. But that's what we're talking about, is getting stops on that end and scores on this end. So looking for some execution on a set here from Iowa.
Olsen will bring it across the timeline. Hawks down 59-45. Just underway fourth quarter. And as Olsen tried to go through the lane, a foul is called on Maryland.
Two fouls already here in less than a minute. That's good. Get Iowa in the bonus hopefully here soon.
Hawks a 72% free throw shooting team on the year. Inbounds pass taken by O'Grady. Gets it off to Olsen for 3. Drills it deep in the right corner. Lucy Olsen with 19. And it's 59-48. Maryland gets it into the front court. Crowd starting to get into it. Here's Tibiasu against Olsen. Right at the top of the key. Now she'll fire a three-pointer. Wild shot, long, and into the hands of a Fulter. Gets it to Stremlow. Gets it into the front court. Angles left side, pulls up her dribble, free throw line extended, and then almost throws it away, does throw it away. Easy layup for Schmeichel.
Now, unfortunate timing on the turnover there as you're starting to get some momentum growing. It goes without saying, obviously, especially when it creates 2 points. And with that, Leah Guyton coming to the table to sub into the game.
And that was just a soft pass by Stremlo. It was read by Maryland. 61-48. Stems the Hawkeyes' momentum a bit. Stremlo now with the ball on the right side. Feeds it inside. O'Grady strong underneath and couldn't get it to go, but is fouled.
The foul is on number 15, Christina Dulcie. That is her second.
Dulcie picks up her second. Boy, that would have been huge. Fatty could have got that through the contact, but will be at the free throw line for a pair.
Yeah, now just focus on making the free throws. Can't have that layup back. Of course, that would have been nice, but getting herself to the line is important too. Let's make 2 free throws here, Addie.
Five dribbles, shot perfect. Addie with 9, had 16 against Penn State. Remember, the Hawkeyes had a huge fourth quarter against Penn State. Outscored the Lady Lions 25-13. Second one, in and out. Rebound taken down by Kubek. And she is held by Feuerbach. That's 2 on Kylie. Stalky back in, 61-49. Maryland with 8:07 left to go in the fourth quarter. Terrapins basketball. Sellers across the timeline. Goes to the left side, dribbles between her legs. Feuerbach on her and steals it away. Kylie with the basketball all the way to the iron. No, but a foul.
That's heads-up defense from Kylie. You know, Cheyenne Sellers was getting a little bit lax with the basketball, dribbling up at her waist, waiting for something to develop from her team, and great jump on it by Kylie. She's got a really, really good sense on the defensive end.
And that's 3 on Schmeichel. Leading scorer for Maryland. Free throw good by Feuerbach. That's her first point. Pulls the Hawkeyes to within 11. Second one, got it. Hawks pull to within 10. 7:45 left to go. Sellers dribbles to the right side, now toward the baseline, spins in the paint, traveling, called on Cheyenne Sellers. Hawkeye basketball.
Wow, what a call from the official there. A lot of contact. She did also shuffle her feet. I'm really glad it went the way that it did, but a big possession here for Iowa to cut this lead in those first 3 minutes, like you mentioned, Rob, to single digits.
Just like Iowa did in the third quarter, now need to keep it up. Guyton into the game with the basketball. Crosses the timeline. Now to a Fulter. Right side, Olsen. Outside the arc, McDaniel on her. Lucy dribbles between her legs, gets it into the corner. Now Stalky goes up, has it blocked, gets it back, and tried to get a pass out, and is stolen away by Poffenbarger. Sellers in the front court to McDaniel. Turns the corner down the right side, flips it up, and Olsen with the foul.
The foul is on number 33 for the Hawks, Lucy Olsen. That's her third.
That'll be 3 on Lucy. Boy, these possessions where Iowa's so close to scoring, and then at the other end, Maryland gets back to the free throw line.
Yeah, a handful of layups that Iowa have left short. You know, that last time, I think maybe Stolke was a little nervous to commit her 5th foul with an offensive charge. Going up to the rim a little bit softer than you're used to seeing her doing, and I think maybe that 5th foul looming in her head is impacting how she's playing a little bit.
McDaniel knocks down the first, the second perfect. She has 13, had 7 at intermission. 63-51. Hawks have pulled to within 10, but now trail by 12. In the front court, all the way to the rim. A Falter goes to the left hand and scores off glass.
You go to your seniors, you go to your upperclassmen in these types of situations. Sydney aggressive to the rim.
She's had so many good drives as Feuerbach pokes that ball in the air. Sellers tried to get a point pass to the right wing. Goes out of bounds. Maryland will keep possession. McCabe for Guyton. 63-53. The Hawks have pulled to within 10 once again.
You know, at this point, I won't keep sounding like a broken record. They're all big possessions with 6:43 left to go in the game. But every time you get close here where you can get a stop and then cut it down to single digits, it's huge, especially mentally.
Schmeichel has it intercepted on the inbounds pass by Olsen. Lucy on the right wing. Fakes a pass inside, now goes inside. Stuelke doubled. Works it around to McCabe. Now it is a falter, goes to the left hand again as she slashes toward the basket and is fouled.
Great ball movement from the Iowa offense there. They always talk in their huddles about passing up good shots for great shots. And I think that's what you just saw there was a couple people weren't quite comfortable with the look they had. Stuelke passed it out to Kylie, Kylie to Taylor, Taylor to Lucy, Lucy to Sid. Sid gets to the rim and gets herself to the free throw line.
And the first one, good. Bree McDaniel picked up her second. That gets Sid a falter into double figures with 10. Second one in the air, got it. 63-55. 6:28 left to go. This sold-out crowd is into it now. Tibiasu angles right side. A falter comes out on her. Now gives it to Schmeichel. Olsen on her. Schmeichel left side. It's Poffenbarger for three. No good. Missed it from the left wing. McCabe the rebound. Gets it ahead to a falter in the front court. Sydney keeps that dribble going. Angles left side. Now pushes the ball to Olsen, who drives toward the rim. Up and under. Shot no good. Got too far under. Shot was altered. Could have just gone up strong on the left side. Now Schmeichel to the rim. Layup no. Rebound taken down by Maryland. Swings the ball to Poffensberger. Shot is up and no good. Hawks with the rebound. A falter gets it to McCabe. Three strong from the right side. Missed a wide open one. Boy, the roof might have come off this place had that dropped. 63-55. 5:18 left to go. Maryland with the lead in the basketball. Poffenbarger has it stolen away by Feuerbach. All alone to the rim. The finish as she goes glass. Feuerbach with 4. Timeout. Terrapins. 63-57. Listen to this crowd.
Exactly. I was feeding off of it, especially on the defensive end. I mean, the turnovers they're creating, the difficult shots that they're creating, and lucked out a couple times. Open looks for Poffenbarger on back-to-back possessions, but she misses the shot. And what Iowa do, they boxed out, they got the rebound, and then were able to go down the other direction and create offense of their own.
5:07 left to play in the fourth. Maryland 63. The Hawks 57 on a 6-0 run. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
People are having a hard time containing their excitement about the new Holiday Scratch and Instaplay tickets from the Iowa Lottery.
Holiday tickets? I love these!
Especially when they find out you can win part of over $1 million in second chance cash prizes when you enter any holiday ticket in the Iowa Lottery's VIP club.
$1 million? Woohoo!
Yes, woohoo indeed. Cash prizes are coming to town from the Iowa Lottery.
Woohoo!
See rules at ialottery.com/VIP.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawk fans, throughout the season, don't forget to join head coach Jan Jensen and me for Hawk Talk, presented by Oaknall, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in Coralville. Hawk Talk with Coach Jensen takes place weekly from 6 until 7. We will be there tomorrow night for Hawk Talk, and for the rest of the year, you can hop on to HawkeyeSports.com to take a look at the full schedule. Iowa has outscored Maryland 14-4 almost through the first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. 5:07 left to go. Catherine, Iowa's led for 24 seconds. That was an opening jumper from the free throw line by Lucy Olson. Since then, Maryland has led for 33-27, but the Hawks have not been this close since.
They have not, including being down 25 towards the end of the first half. So I think if you're Iowa, you're feeling really, really good right now. You've got all the momentum in your direction, not to mention this crowd. And so it starts here with another stop. Don't let Maryland gain any sort of confidence coming out of the timeout.
Tibiasu across the timeline. Basket to our right. Now to Sellers at the elbow. Drives down the right side, floats it up, no good. Nice defense by Sina Falter. Rebound Stolke. Gets it back to a Falter who crosses the timeline. We're under 5. Hands it off to Kylie Feuerbach, who drives down, hands it off to Stolke. Couldn't finish with the left hand, but will shoot a pair.
It almost looked like another overpass situation. Kylie looked like she had rim on the right-hand side, makes the extra pass to her Iowa teammate, Stolke, and you see the exasperation on Jan Jensen's face that another layup and potential three-point play doesn't happen. But again, anytime you're at the free throw line, it's a good thing.
And Hannah swishes the first one. Kubek picked up her second foul. Kylie Feuerbach playing with a little extra heartbeat. Second one, no. 63-58, 4:40 left to go. Maryland in the front court. Tibiasu in between the circles. Olsen on her. Schmeichel, left side, out behind the arc. Cut off by Kylie Feuerbach. Stays active defensively, and Schmeichel gets by 2 and has the ball batted away into the hands of McCabe. Down court, Stolke has it ripped away and out of bounds as Hannah went up strong. Iowa basketball underneath.
Great defensive possession again from Iowa. Kylie Feuerbach is doing so much down on the other end, setting her teammates up for success by making her matchups life difficult. And Stolke, strong attempted finish.
Olsen drops it in for Stolke, who turns the corner on the baseline, spins, goes up, shot no good. Ball batted up in the air by McDaniel and couldn't quite save it from going out of bounds. Iowa basketball. As we have a Terrapin player down underneath the hoop. And this may be one that they'll take a look at. As we'll have a timeout as the officials will come over and take a peek at that play. Not sure what transpired underneath, but this has been a physical basketball game for sure, as Kubek, who had her face on the floor, now is up on her knees being attended to. Looks like she's going to be okay. Just got hit in the mouth or the nose area. University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this year, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at iowaenergycollaborative.com. 63-58, 4:08 left to go in the fourth. Maryland with the advantage. The Hawks again on a big run, 7-0 the last 2:48.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm able to see the video monitor that showed this play a couple of times in a row, and Hannah Stolke went up to finish the layup, and on the way down, her arms got tangled up with the defender Kubek, and there was some contact to Kubek from Stolke's arm just because they were tied up. So to be very honest with you, I think the officials are going to see they missed a foul on Kubek, and then I don't think there's anything there additional, in my opinion, just because it was an incidental contact on Stolke's follow-through coming back down after her attempted layup.
The referee is Melissa Barlow. Bruce Morris and Brian Etterline, 3 officials. Veteran to Big Ten women's basketball. 63-58, 4:08 left to go as the 3 officials discuss.
I'm definitely not an official, and the length of this discussion is making me think I was wrong, but here comes the call.
So nothing will be called after the officials took a look at the play. And so the Hawkeyes will have the basketball underneath with Lucy Olson to inbounds. And finally get it into McCabe on the right wing. Gives it off to Stalky in that same area. Now Hannah puts it on the floor, goes right to the block, spins. Now gets it back to Kylie Feuerbach and try to bounce pass inside. It was batted away by Maryland into the hands of Tibiasu. Costly turnover for the Hawkeyes. Down 63-58. Tibiasu on the right wing. Gives it to Schmeichel, left side. Stalky on her, 9 to shoot. She pulls up her dribble. Now Sellers on the left side. Puts it on the floor and angled toward the paint. And a blocking foul will be called on Kylie Feuerbach. That'll be 3 on Kylie. Guyton in for McCabe.
Game's gotten really choppy. Lots of stoppage, fouls, reviews, that type of thing. And so kind of that flow that Iowa had there for a few minutes. I'm not saying the mojo's gone, but it's certainly been stymied a bit by just the way the game has been called in the last few minutes.
It'll be Maryland basketball underneath. Tibiasu gets it into Schmeichel for 3 and drills it on the left wing. A big 3 for Maryland. 21 for Kayleen Schmeichel. Here's Feuerbach. Just right at the top of the key, pivots, now puts the ball on the floor, all the way to the rim. Shot hard off the window, but is fouled. Good aggressive take by Kylie Feuerbach. She'll shoot a pair.
Yeah, Iowa's done a really nice job in this 4th quarter of attacking the rim, and they're getting rewarded for it. It just, again, being able to finish some of those through contact and then get yourself to the free throw line would be a nice little cherry on top.
Schmeichel, her 4th. 66-58. Feuerbach will try to dent that lead and does. Kylie with 5. One dribble, ball in the air, perfect. Addie O'Grady in for the Hawkeyes in a 6-point game. Kylie Feuerbach will come out. Really good minutes from her. 66-60, 3:13 left in the 4th. Tibiasu brings it into the front court. Transfer from VCU, angles left side. Hands it to Schmeichel, who has 21. Sellers, Schmeichel. Now right at the top of the key, we're under 3. Schmeichel now calls a play as she heads out toward midcourt. Left-handed dribble, goes to the left side, dribbles between her legs, now angles toward the basket, lost control of the ball and out of bounds. And it's touched last by the Hawkeyes. 2.2 on the shot clock. 2:45 on the game clock, 66-60 Maryland. Boy, you feel the Hawks need to not allow Maryland to score here. Maryland in a box set. Get the ball in, jumper is up and good. Hoffenbarger hit it from 12 feet left side. Olsen in the front court on the right side. Gets to the elbow, to the rim, shot no good, might have been partially blocked by McDaniel, rebound Maryland. With an 8-point advantage. And now I'm sure we'll start to work the clock with 2:20 left to go. Tibiasu angles right side, just flips it off to Schmeichel, comes off a screen in between the circles. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. And now pulls it back out and will fire a three-pointer and drill it straight away.
With the long arms of Addie O'Grady in her face, she drills that one, but not something that she's been doing all day, making threes with hands in her face.
24 for Schmeichel. O'Grady inside, goes up, couldn't finish the left-handed layup. We're under 2. That was a killer. Last 2 possessions by Maryland for the Hawkeyes. 71-60. Tibiasu dribbling around the arc, gets it off to Poffenbarger, gets along the baseline, got his up, no good. A Fulter on the rebound is held by Poffenbarger.
You're right, I think a lot changed in those last 2 possessions. I think we all do, you know, as you see people heading for the exits, but with 2.2 seconds on the clock, baseline out of bounds play, you saw Maryland able to convert on a short jumper from Poffenbarger, and then a late shot clock 3 from Schmeichel, who's been doing that all day long, and they stretched that lead to 11 now here with 1:29 to go. But 2 kind of, those feel like back-breaking possessions. When they stretch the lead is one thing, but another with the time dwindling down.
When you have 2.2 on the clock, you got to really contest that first pass because there's not enough time for another one. And she was left wide open for that little mid-range jumper on the left wing. Falter strong on the first free throw, no good. 71-60. Maryland on top. Second one good by Sydney. She has 12. Only had 2 in the first half. And the Hawks pull to within 10 and then get a steal. Olsen to a Falter. Layup no good. Lucy retrieves the basketball. Gets it to Guyton for 3. Count it! Left wing.
Hey, we're not dead yet, Rob.
71-64. And in the transition dribble, a push is going to be called on Sida Falter. That's the 4th team foul on the Hawkeyes.
It's a big shot from a freshman. Aaliyah Guyton knocking down that 3. I mean, she plays with no fear, lots of confidence, and seems like she's built for this stage.
Well, shooting threes at 47% this year. Ball possession for Maryland. Tibiasu brings it across the timeline. Hawks could sure use another steal as we approach a minute to go. 71-64. Maryland with the lead in the basketball. As she weaves around, gets it into the corner. McDaniel 3, right side, no good. Guyton the rebound. Aaliyah pushes it. Drops it off for McCabe for 3, right side, rimming, no. And Stuckey gathers the rebound, put back good off the window. Timeout, Maryland.
A lot of life, signs of life. 44 seconds can be an eternity in a game like this as Iowa cuts the lead to 5 at 71-66. So now they're going to get in this timeout, talk about their pressure defense, executing steals, and then talking their strategy about fouling and when it becomes time to do that if they are able to break their press.
A 2-possession game.
Yeah, just like that, went from 11 to 5 in a blink of an eye.
Big 6-0 run and only took 44 seconds. Feuerbach will come back into the game. Our plays under review this afternoon are brought to you by Athletico Physical Therapy. Our aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? Athletico's movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. 44.8 left to go in the 4th. Maryland 71, Iowa 66. No matter what happens, you just got to give Iowa a ton of credit for just keep pushing, try to get themselves back in the game. Catherine, as you mentioned, down 25 points late in the second quarter.
Seen a lot of resiliency from the Iowa team this evening. I think that you've seen especially great leadership from the core of Sydney Falter, Lucy Olsen, and Kylie Feuerbach. As on the defensive end especially, they turned up the energy, turned up the heat, and then allowed that to create offense for them. So I really credit that core group of upperclassmen for keeping this Iowa team not only in a comeback, but in the tight game now here with 44 to go.
Maryland will inbounds along the sideline. Get it into Poffenbarger on the right wing. She's doubled. Hawks don't want to foul now. And then a quick timeout taken by Maryland as a 5-second call was looming.
And now Maryland with no timeouts left, which is huge in women's basketball. With what timeouts mean in the final minute is that you can advance the basketball after, you know, a score, dead ball, missed shot rebound, that type of thing. So for Maryland to now be playing with no timeouts and the way Iowa's turned up their full court defense is huge.
71-66 Maryland. 38.7 left to go. Earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account with Farmers State Bank at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval, minimum $50 deposit, requires e-statements and direct deposit. So Maryland with Poffenbarger will trigger it in right in front of its own bench. Does so to Sellers, who dribbles it out toward midcourt, and a reach on Olsen. That's the right move to extend the game.
At a certain point you have to do it, and you don't always get to pick and choose who you can foul either, you know, and who you want to send to the free throw line. In an ideal world, you send the low percentage free throw shooters, obviously, but you can't always choose, and you've got to create the foul. I like that strategy by Iowa to extend the game and do it sooner rather than later.
Elsie comes back in for Maryland. On top, 71-66. Sellers at the free throw line, where she is 4 of 6 and now 5 of 7. 16 for Cheyenne Sellers, averaging 12.5.
Need a big box out on Delsey. She's out there to get rebounds.
Second one perfect. Hawks with a timeout to extend the possession to half court. 73-66, 36.6 left to go. Hawks will most likely need a 3 this possession. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated and voted best of the area for the 10th consecutive year. Proudly supports Iowa women's basketball. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets.
Whether it's a 3 or a 2, you need it quickly here, most importantly. And so I think that's what you do, is you take your first available best shot.
McCabe will inbounds to Olsen. Out near the timeline, McDaniel on her, hands it off to McCabe. Now lob pass right side to Guyton. And now Olsen coming off a screen. Step back 3 is blocked by McDaniel, but into the hands of Stalky. Goes up strong left hand. No good. Gets her own rebound. Pushes it back out to Guyton. 3-pointer in and out. Missed it from the right wing. And a loose ball foul is going to be called on Olsen. And that'll be 5 on Lucy, and she will sit down with 19 points. Just tried to get something up, but Guyton had the most open 3 on the right wing. Other than that, you got to credit Maryland for defending that 3-point arc.
Yeah, the original action that Iowa tried to run was a double flare screen for Guyton going to the right wing. They didn't like the look, didn't even make the pass to her. She was well defended coming off of those screens. And then, like you said, Olsen tried to make something happen. Got it tipped. Great pursuit of the rebound by Stolke to keep it alive and kick it out to Guyton. And that shot did everything but go down. Guyton's 3 looks a lot different, and had that come down and cut it to 4, but unfortunately rimmed out.
Free throw, no good. In and out by Schmeichel, who has 24, and it remains 73-66. 15.3 left to go. Second one in the air, in the hoop. Hawkeyes take timeout to advance the basketball to half court. Hard fought game, as the Hawkeyes, if this doesn't turn around, will be their 3rd loss of the year. And that will even up their Big Ten record at 2-2 with a road contest at Illinois on Thursday night. 74-66 Maryland. 15.3 left to go.
Yeah, absolutely a hard-fought contest, and it always is between these two teams. They both really
Hawks have won 3 of the last 4.
They have, and last year winning at Maryland was the first time the Hawks had won at Maryland, if I'm not mistaken, ever. Since they joined the Big Ten, at least. Because,
right.
I mean, I can recall the very first time we played at Maryland when they were a member of the Big Ten. When I was in
tough
college.
games over there.
That was a 5-point game. Sam Logic, who's in the building here today, an All-American, she did everything she could to help us win that game. We ended up losing, and up until last season, Iowa hadn't won at Maryland. But every year, it's a really tough battle, whether it's at Maryland, at Iowa, or in the Big Ten tournament. And both these teams ultimately really respect each other, but want to beat the other team.
Kayleen Schmeichel with 26 now. That's a season high for her. She had 25 against St. Francis back on the 24th of November. She has a career high of 33. Hawks with the basketball. Get it into Guyton on the right wing. Pushes it back to a Falter. Out of Feuerbach left side. Drives in. Bounce pass to Hannah Stalky is batted up in the air and retrieved by Maryland, and that will do it. Maryland wins it 74-66. Hawkeyes just dug too deep of a hole, getting down by 25 late in the second quarter. But boy, what an effort in the third and fourth quarters. Outscored Maryland in the third 16-11, and then really made a big push here in the fourth quarter. Won that 10-minute frame 23-15, but in the end Maryland was too much and just got off to a great start and able to hold the lead. This is a good basketball team, as they are year in and year out.
I think you nailed it, Rob, when you said that Iowa just dug too deep of a hole, and that's certainly the case against a really good team. You know, you're not, think about a sporting event, and if you didn't start at 0-0, but you started at 25-0, and then to expect to win, you know, that's really tough to do, especially when you're playing the number 8 ranked team in the country, and they're ranked number 8 for a reason. They're deep. They have a number of people who can score. They play aggressive defense, and they play really hard. So I think Iowa did everything they could to come back. Too little, too late, maybe, as the cliche goes. But you have to be proud of the fight and resolve that Iowa saw down the stretch in the second half.
Hawkeyes did a lot of good things. Still too many turnovers with 21. But Maryland known for defense and rebounding, and they were very good at both.
Yeah, they were, and the thing that Iowa did was they started the game with a lot of turnovers and then kind of had an ability to slow that down. That being said, there were some kind of crucial moments where Iowa did turn the ball over, and it led to 2 and sometimes 3 points at the other end. So, like you say, Maryland a great rebounding team, but then you look at the final box and Iowa out-rebounded them. And I think if you, and I will, ask Coach Jay at the end of the game, you know, if you'd gone into this game hearing that you were going to out-rebound Maryland, who's been out-rebounding teams by 16 a game, you're going to out-rebound them by 3 and lose. I think she would tell you she would have taken that bet all day long, that, you know, if we out-rebound them, we win this ball game. So unfortunate that that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes when other things don't necessarily go your way.
But Iowa has been a very good rebounding team this year as well. And even on the offensive glass, Maryland 14, Iowa 13. And because of that rebounding, I think really stayed in this game and able to make that push because didn't allow second chance opportunities by the Terrapins.
Yeah, they didn't. And, you know, I think really then you think, okay, well then what was it? And you look at the stat sheet, and candidly the shooting percentage from Iowa is just not what we've come to expect. And really, you know, and it was subpar to shoot 23 of 62 from the field for 37%. And there was a lot of missed layups. And, you know, that's not counting the ones where no field goal attempt is recorded because a foul occurred. But there were so many points, I think, left on the board by Iowa today, to put it frankly. And, you know, so to have an off shooting night against the number 8 team in the country is always unfortunate, because you think, oh, if this had gone this way, just, you know, a couple small minor tweaks throughout the course of the game, a layup here, an errant pass there, you have a different outcome probably, especially when you think about winning the third and fourth quarters. We'll
break it down on the Hawkeye postgame show. And before we head to break, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Maryland wins it 74-66. The Terrapins now 14-0 and 4-0. Perfect on the season and 4-0 in the Big Ten. Hawkeyes fall to 12-3 and 2-2. Post-game show next. This is Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball from Learfield.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. If you are in the market to buy or sell a home, contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty. For all your real estate needs, call 319-631-5455.
This is Jordan Sekefetz here for my dad Brian and his crew at Dodge Street Tire. For over 30 good years, they have taken care of their customers and treated them like neighbors. This season, if your car or truck is struggling to compete, take a shot with Dodge Street Tire. You won't have to jump through hoops to ensure quality and honest service for Hawkeye fans everywhere. Whether it's new tires or engine trouble, Dodge Street Tire will score a win for you and your family. At the corner of Dodge and Church Street.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Iowa head women's basketball coach Jan Jensen for Hawk Talk, presented by Oak Knoll. Hawk Talk takes place weekly from 6 to 7, live from the Water Milk Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency in Coralville. Visit HawkeyeSports.com.
U.S. Cellular introduces Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection, so dinner sounds less like this and more like this. Visit in-store or online to set up Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the Hawkeye postgame show.
Big time effort by the Hawkeyes after being down 25 points late in the second quarter, won the third and fourth quarters. But give Maryland credit. They did enough coming down the stretch to win it 74-66. Post-game stats report is brought to you by Hy-Vee. Hey, Hawkeyes, after the game, stop by your local Hy-Vee, where they've lowered prices on thousands of items you use every day. Hy-Vee, dedicated to making your life easier, healthier, and happier. And I think we talked, Catherine, before the break, that those shooting percentage, sometimes the statistics just kind of glare right at you, back at you, and that shooting percentage, just 37%. Hard to beat a top 10 team doing that, though the Hawkeyes were right there at the end.
Definitely, to see that stat sheet and you're just kind of that's when you're kind of scratching your head. These are layups. A lot of these that were missed by Iowa, the three-point field goals, those come and they go. But when it comes to layups, high percentage shots, and just not really the type of performance that you're used to from Stolke or O'Grady, who are predominantly shooting, close-in shots. Hannah Stolke 1 for 8, Addie O'Grady 4 for 8, and Addie's third in the nation in field goal percentage right now. So, you never want to pinpoint it and blame it on one person or two people for having an off shooting day, because those will happen. But the reality of it is, when you're shooting layups, you got to make probably 75% of those. So, that's kind of the glaring takeaway from the stat sheet, like you say.
How about some of the individual numbers?
Yeah, Rob, leading the way for the Hawks today was Lucy Olson, 19 points, but again on 6 of 17, not the type of efficiency that we're used to seeing from her. However, she was great from 3, 4 for 7, perfect from the free throw line, 3 for 3, had 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 steals. That jumps off the page at you, and a nice game from Lucy, especially I think in that second quarter when she kind of realized, okay, the way this game's going south, and I thought she did a nice job of leading the team by being aggressive. Sydney Fulter, second leading scorer for Iowa today with 12 points on 4 of 10 shooting, 1 for 3 from 3, 3 for 4 from the free throw line, had 8 rebounds to go along with it, so nearly a double-double with 12 and 8. 1 assist, the 4 turnovers for Sid, which I think is a few too many in 30 minutes of play. Then I will mention again some of the performances that maybe stick out, not for the best of reasons, and that's Hannah Stolke being 1 for 8 from the field, had some foul trouble to contend with, did rebound the basketball well, 9 rebounds, 4 of those offensive, and had 2 blocked shots. And then Addie O'Grady, 50% from the field on 4 of 8 shooting, 5 rebounds to go along with it, but just never really got in quite the rhythm. And something I think is important to look at on the stat sheet is efficiency, and that's the plus-minus category that you see on stat sheets. Addie O'Grady, a negative 19 today, meaning in minutes that she played, Maryland had a 19-point advantage. So jumping up to the Maryland side of the stat sheet, leading the way was Kayleen Smeichel, the All-Big Ten transfer from Rutgers, with 26 points on 8 of 17 shooting, 4 for 5 from 3, crazy numbers there, 80%, and then 6 of 8 from the free throw line. And her last 3 of the day was one of the biggest, I think, kind of shut the door on Iowa a little bit, so to speak. And Cheyenne Sellers, veteran senior guard for Maryland, second leading scorer with 17 points on 4 of 14 shooting. Not her best day efficiently either, but still 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal. She kind of does it all for Maryland. And then lastly off the bench, you mentioned this in the pregame, Rob, is that the Maryland bench has pretty much anyone can come in the game and go for double digits, and Bree McDaniel did just that with 13 points of her own on 50% shooting from the field.
Yeah, you look at Maryland, they were 23 of 67 from the floor themselves, but what really jumps out is the three-point shooting, 12 of 25 for 48%. Now, this has been a pretty good three-point shooting team, just under 35%, have not been as good in their 3 previous Big Ten games, but were on fire, especially in that second quarter where they were 4 out of 7, 5 for 10 in the first, and that really just set the stage and led to that 25-point advantage.
Yeah, 57% from 3 in the first half. That explains the 25-point lead right there. And like you say, it was tough to come back from. But I think it was an adjustment that Iowa did make in the second half. Something to be happy about is, they were able to limit their threes and their three-point attempts for that matter. The flip side of that coin is that I think Maryland is well coached as well. And they talk about, hey, if the 3 isn't there, let's get to the rim. Let's draw fouls, that type of thing. So it's always a cat and mouse, balance, counterbalance on offense and defense, and adjustments made by these coaches. But certainly a hot shooting performance for Maryland. You never want to see a team come in here and outshoot you in your own gym, but Maryland did just that today.
Catherine is going to head off to the Iowa locker room, and Abby Stamp will join me courtside after the break as Maryland defeats the Hawkeyes 74-66. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Silver Star Car Wash, where unlimited washes start at just $19.99 per month. Free vacuums, free dry down towels, and convenient locations all over town. Come through as often as you like, starting at just $19.99 a month. That's a bargain that'll clean up your car without cleaning out your wallet. Fast, easy, and unlimited, starting at just $19.99 per month. Silver Star Car Wash is the best way to keep your car looking new all year long. Silver Star Car Wash. A better wash, a great feeling.
Hey Hawk fans, ready to elevate your game day experience? Introducing Daydreamer Cannabis Infused Beverages. Made locally in North Liberty, Iowa, Daydreamer is your all-natural, low-calorie lifestyle beverage made with real fruit. It's light, healthy, and alcohol-free. Just what you need to keep you relaxed when the game heats up. So grab yourself a Daydreamer. Sip local and dream big. As always, enjoy responsibly. Visit us online at enjoydaydreamer.com.
Hey, Hawkeyes, while you're hard at work in class or on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hey folks, this is Jeff Grunder from the Machine Shed. We're all about comfort food at the Machine Shed. Indulge in our classic fried chicken, which is prepared with our own secret spices. Try our cattleman sirloin tips, featuring certified Angus beef, served with our famous mushroom stuffing that has onions and Swiss cheese, all topped with a garlic herb sauce. Come experience the taste of home cooking at the Machine Shed.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawkeyes outscored Maryland 39-26 in the third and fourth quarters, but Maryland hung on to win it 74-66. Abby Stamp joins me courtside on the postgame show. And Abby, tough first half, obviously. Got down 25 points, but we've seen in the past where this basketball team will fight and claw their way back in, and third and fourth quarters played some good basketball, and I think that's kind of the key takeaway in a tough loss is this team really showed a lot of heart and fight to get back into it.
Absolutely. It's a locker room that's discouraged because we really knew that we're the type of team that could come out and beat, an undefeated Maryland. Want to go into that Big Ten season, protect your home court is always such an important thing. And obviously, the way that we battled and the way that we played in the second half is the team that we are. And certainly, the team we would have liked to see for even 30 minutes today, except for 20, definitely want to get that full 40 in. It's a little bit of a issue. We had a bad start at Penn State as well, so we got to take a look at it and kind of, can't let it become an every game thing and make sure we're coming out punching early.
What was kind of the turning point in your mind to get back into it? You had a 7-0 run, 10-0 run, and obviously making shots and getting stops. Was there a point in time where, okay, hey, we're right back in this?
Yeah, I mean, early in that third quarter, she called a timeout. Anytime you can make another coach call that early timeout, you feel like you got them on their heels a little bit. We just knew we had to get stops, right? The only way you can chip away is to start getting some stops, and I think we put a couple of those in a row, and Kylie took a charge early there. That's always a big momentum play, and I just thought you saw our fire a little bit again, starting off that third quarter. So definitely as soon as, we had told the team at halftime, if you can chip it to 10 by the fourth quarter, we got a shot for sure, and I think even before that, I think as soon as she called that timeout in the third quarter, that whole, sideline really knew, okay, we're in this thing. We can do this.
Yeah, down 25 toward the end of the second quarter, and then you have to give Lucy Olson some credit, too. I felt like offensively she said, hey, I've got to start making some shots, just try to create something, and gave you some momentum going into the halftime.
Yeah, she did. And I thought there's a big growth game for Lucy today. I think, still a couple decisions down the stretch I know she would like to have back. But at the same time, it's been Lucy, we've really been with her. It's like, it's hard. You're essentially a freshman all over again, tons of new experiences. And certainly, her work ethic hasn't changed. Her effort hasn't changed. The level of competition and the level of scouting and coaches certainly maybe has, right? The Big Ten is one of the best leagues in the country. And so we just remind her, you got to give yourself just a little bit of grace and can't expect perfection every time out. She's just been a little bit down. And so the only thing you do when that happens is get in the gym and see the ball go through the hoop. And she did that this week. And it's really, really good for her, good for us to see her being, 4 for 7 from 3 and continuing to attack the basket. We got to find ways to get her mid-range more consistently throughout the game.
And obviously, as you mentioned, you got to get stops when you're down by that much to get back to within 5 points. And did Kylie kind of spear that defensive effort?
Yeah, I think Kylie absolutely did. Number 2, Schmeichel ended up still with 26 points. I do think Kylie held her during that stretch. I think she went kind of scoreless there in that first 5 minutes, and they're going to her. They're looking to her. And Kylie has been, our defensive stopper, and that's how she kind of gets herself going. I think she really challenged herself today to really pour into that defensive end, and then you could see that kind of flow over into, a steal and getting to the free throw line, being a little more aggressive off the dribble today. And so, yeah, I think Kylie can feel proud about that. I think we're still, trying to kind of figure out some rotations, some lineups, some different things. And so that can be really good because there's a lot of opportunity for everyone on our team, right? It can be a little hard, down the stretch to really know who you need to go with, who you want to go with. And so I think there was just a little bit of that today as well that, we'll certainly go back to the drawing board, take a look at, and get a little idea. In the past, it's just you go with experience because you trust it down the stretch. We just don't have that experience, so we're kind of just making some decisions, kind of on the fly there, and we'll have to take a look back and really evaluate those as well.
But still some really good production off the bench, and then get 30 points in the paint. And we know Maryland, how good they are at rebounding, 4th best rebounding margin in the country coming in, and Iowa out-rebounds Maryland by 3. And you guys have done a good job on the boards this year.
It's really impressive, Rob. That is a big task. You're looking at their scouting report. You're seeing who averages what on that offensive glass. And, I think in the past that would, create a lot of, stress and anxiety for us as a coaching staff. But there was just a lot of confidence in our ability, our commitment to going and boxing out and taking care of those rebounds. And certainly needed to do that tonight. Didn't get as much of a chance. They shot the ball crazy in that first half, so didn't get as much of a chance to own the boards. I think that was a big part, obviously, too. When you own the boards, then you can get some of our fast break going, which we did a little bit in the second half as well.
But as you mentioned, this is the Big Ten, and it's a tough league, and this is just what it's going to be, night in and night out. You look across the league, a ton of close games, and that's just, you're going to get used to it. And you're right, you got to play close to 40 minutes to beat just about anybody.
Absolutely. Yep, you're going to have, you can't just walk into any gyms. There's never really been those kind of days. Maybe a few games last year we felt that way potentially, but definitely this team has to buy in that we are going to have to be prepped, ready, locked in every single time we go out, and that, starts again right away tomorrow. We'll figure out what we can do a little better from this game, but then we'll turn the page and get ready, prepped for a road trip to Illinois.
Okay. Abby, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Rob.
Abby Stamp on the post-game show as we take a look at Iowa's finish in this ball game. Of course, the 3rd and 4th quarters were really good, and now try to build that momentum with the things that went right in the last 20 minutes. And it was just a case of Iowa getting down too far in this game. It's a long haul back when you're down 25 against a top 10 opponent. Maryland came in number 8 in the country, but the effort was there for the Hawkeyes. Maryland edged Iowa tonight, 74-66. Back with more on the postgame show after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Did you know that UI ranks near the top of the EPA's Green Power Leaderboard with 84% of our energy coming from renewable sources? Now you can be a part of the team that makes it happen. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, with our partner, NG Iowa, is offering full-time positions in utility operations for our campus and hospital water, heating, steam, and distribution systems. Check out the jobs and apply at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
People are having a hard time containing their excitement about the new Holiday Scratch and Instaplay tickets from the Iowa Lottery.
Holiday tickets? I love these!
Especially when they find out you can win part of over $1 million in second chance cash prizes when you enter any holiday ticket in the Iowa Lottery's VIP Club.
$1 million? Woohoo!
Yes, woohoo indeed. Cash prizes are coming to town from the Iowa Lottery.
Woohoo!
See rules at ialottery.com/VIP.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Honda drivers, if you want to keep your Honda a Honda, only service your Honda with the experts at your local Honda dealer. They use genuine Honda parts and factory-certified technicians to service all Hondas, keeping your Honda a Honda. Don't trust your investment to anyone else. Only service with genuine Honda parts and factory-certified technicians to make sure your Honda stays 100% Honda. When you need service for your Honda, search your local Honda dealer.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawkeyes did a lot right in the third and fourth quarters, outpacing Maryland 39-26, but the Terrapins had too much collateral in the first two quarters, a win at 74-66. Let's listen in on some of tonight's top plays. Under 3 left to go, first quarter, 19-6 in favor of Maryland. Guyton gets a pass to Stremlow, whips it into Hayden, left-handed layup, good, terrific passing. Hawkeyes with 17 to shoot, 38 on the game clock. Here's McCabe for 3, straight away, count it, after the penetration by Guyton. 42-18, we're under 2, second quarter. Olsen, deep 3, left side, drills it. That ends a drought. Hawks down with the basketball, 15 to shoot. Here's Stremlow on the right wing, takes 2 dribbles, gets it back to Lucy Olsen out behind the arc on the right wing. Now dribbles it out toward the logo, and now a step back 3, right wing, drills it. Lucy Olsen heating up. Hook pass inside to Schmeichel, and she jockeys for position, shot no good. Rebound O'Grady to Feuerbach, pushes the ball to a Falter, 3-pointer, got it, right wing, timeout Maryland. Inbounds pass taken by O'Grady, gets it off to Olsen for 3, drills it deep in the right corner. Lucy Olsen with 19. And the Hawks pull to within 10 and then get a steal. Olsen to a Falter, layup no good. Lucy retrieves the basketball, gets it to Guyton for 3, count it, left wing.
Hey, we're not dead yet, Rob.
71-64. Aaliyah pushes it, drops it off for McCabe for 3, right side, rimming, no. And Stalky gathers the rebound, put back, good off the window. The Hawkeyes fought hard down the stretch. Just you think about a play here or a play there that could have gone a different direction, and the Hawks might have been able to come out with a victory. But you got to build on what Iowa did right and certainly move forward. It's a long season. We're just getting the Big Ten portion of the schedule underway. Maryland 74. The Hawkeyes 66. We'll head to the Iowa locker room when we return to Carver Hawkeye Arena. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit the newly renovated guest rooms at Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. Stay within walking distance of Extreme Arena, home of the Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen and Fran McCaffrey. Come together at Hyatt Regency Coralville, where everything you need is right here.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
Hawkeye fans, get ready for the game with Big Grove. As an official craft brewery of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're excited to bring you the ultimate game-watching experience. Enjoy fan favorites like Easy Eddie and Citrus Surfer while cheering on the Hawks. Can't make it to Carver? Go to BigGrove.com and enter for your chance to win Hawkeye tickets all season long. Or join us at any of our 4 Iowa locations in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, Des Moines, and Solon, where you can get out of the cold and enjoy warm hospitality while watching the game. Big Grove Brewery, your official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes, all season long. Go Hawks!
Hey folks, there's nothing better than burgers, beer, and sunshine. At Burger Shed, we've got all that and more. Try the pork banh mi sandwich with kimchi and teriyaki sauce, or triple your fun with the BS Mac, stacked with 3 buns with our signature BS sauce and homemade pickles. Wash it all down with a cold local brew, and don't forget to soak up the sunshine on one of our 2 patios with lakefront views. The only BS you need is the Burger Shed. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
You're listening to coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
Hawks lose to Maryland, the only meeting regular season, 74-66. The Terrapins win it. Of course, the Hawkeyes won at Maryland last year. Sydney Fulter led the Hawkeyes with 8 rebounds. She has now grabbed 8 or more rebounds this season, 6 different times, and notched double figures in points for the 3rd time this season with 12, which was a great sign.
Sydney, going into the game, we knew rebounding was a strength for Maryland, yet you guys were able to out-rebound them by 3 today. So you just talk about kind of the focus that you had on that and then your own focus on rebounding every game.
Yeah, I think rebounding is such an important part of the game, and obviously sometimes we're a little bit undersized when Hannah's playing the 5, so we know that's a big emphasis, and I always think rebounding is just a lot about heart and hustle. You know, you got to put a body on someone and go get the ball, so that was obviously really important today, and you know, I'm glad we out-rebounded them. That'll be definitely really important for the future.
Yeah, you guys showed great resolve. Won the 3rd and the 4th quarters against Maryland. I mean, I know I say that now. It's, of course, too little, too late. But that is something to certainly be proud of. So what do you think propelled that second half?
Yeah, I think, you know, we just can't have slow starts like that. We obviously came in the locker room and had a lot of talks and cleaned it up a little bit. We had too many turnovers, clearly, but you know, the fact that we won the second half shows a lot about how our team came together, and, you know, we never stopped fighting until the buzzer, but we got to figure out how to start better in the first quarter for sure.
I think you and some of the other upperclassmen showed great leadership in that comeback, both especially on the defensive end. So maybe just how you, Kylie, Lucy kind of banded together there to bring the defensive energy.
Yeah, we said it all starts on defense. Like, we gave up a lot of points in the first half for sure, and you know, our defense this year definitely leads us into our offense. That's, if we get stops, we can hit our fast break, which I think is our best offense. So, you know, just really putting the emphasis on how important defense was going to be in the second half, and the fact that if we got our defense together, we could get what we want on offense, and I think we did that.
All right, well, thank you for your time, Sid.
Yeah, thanks.
Catherine, thank you very much, as Sydney Fulter ended up with 12 points and 8 rebounds, so not too far away from a double-double. Post-game interview with Jan Jensen is presented by Oak Knoll. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near University of Iowa Healthcare, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and, of course, downtown Iowa City, a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
Okay, Coach, no denying, you know, a slow start made it difficult, but you have to be proud of what you saw, the resolve in the second half, won the 3rd and the 4th quarters, limiting Maryland to 11 and 15 points, respectively. So what the halftime looked like and how to propel that comeback.
Well, I think, you know, I take a lot of responsibility. I probably made him a little tight in the first half. I was just really shocked at how we just started the game. I really wasn't happy with the officiating. I think I was tight with the officials, and I don't know if that made us play a little tighter. but I won't take responsibility for a lot of missed layups. I don't know, that was unfortunate. But, the halftime, we just really talked about the fact that, Maryland's a good team, but I think we, made them look pretty good. We had several mental errors. But I said, hey, I really think if you just settle down and we get this thing to about 10 points, within the third, I think we have a shot. So, we kind of talked about that. I think it was 12, maybe 14. But then, we had so many opportunities in that fourth quarter, and then we just had other mental issues, right? We had it, I think, 5 or 6?
The closest lead. Yeah, you had it down to 6.
Yeah. And then I think a couple of occasions, and it was a turnover or something. So we got close, but you dig yourself a hole like that. It's, a lot of times it's going to be an outcome like this.
Yeah, I mean, you go down the stat sheet, had a couple of people with uncharacteristic performances, Hannah and Addie, namely, but, everybody with the missed layups and that type of thing. So that might be an unanswerable question, but what do you, account that to, and how do you focus on things that are, really fixable? These are Division I players. They can make layups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really don't know about Hannah. I don't know if she just, just had a tough start and she couldn't get herself back mentally, but she can't, she's kind of a seasoned player. I feel that she shouldn't have put herself in that 2-foul position, right? That was pretty early. But, I just think it was one of those nights. She's been there and done a lot of great things for us. Had some big moments down the stretch and won some games for us. And this is just an uncharacteristic game. And I'm not quite sure. I have to look at the film to see if, there was something technically. But I think it was just a little bit more mental. I think it was physical. Maybe they let that get in their minds, right? But, we haven't really seen that from Hannah. And Addie didn't have, her typical performance either. But you got to credit Maryland. They were doing a lot of the things to make us be off. And Brenda's obviously a great coach, and she had a good game plan for it.
Yeah, but one thing that you did counter was their rebounding. They've been a rebounding margin 16 in going into games. So to out-rebound Maryland, but something definitely to be proud of and to kind of springboard you guys forward, knowing that's a strength of Iowa team now.
Yeah. And I feel like that was good. It wasn't the first half, right? But I really challenged them, no matter, how tight they think their coach is or, how officiating is it going, then you can be as aggressive as possible. So I thought that was good that we, turned that around in the second half and, found some actions that were good for us. And again, it was just, a lot of the unnecessary turnovers that, been killing us the whole time when we've lost. But I did like their fight. And that's the good thing about this team. A lot of them are young. They keep fighting and they keep, trying. And that's a key thing.
Yep, you watch the film, you learn from it, and then it's on to Illinois.
Yep, absolutely. And thanks to our great crowd. I'm really sorry we did not give you a great game, especially that first half. You were with us, and I apologize for that. But hopefully, keep sticking with us, and we'll see you next week. We play Indiana, I believe.
All right, well, go Hawks. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
And that's the way it's going to be in the Big Ten, Catherine, is it's the next game is going to be the biggest one because, as I was talking to Abby about, this conference, you've got to be ready. And you can't play 20 minutes, 25 minutes. You have to play pretty close to 40 each night out. You might get a couple here or there where everything goes right, but you got to be ready to go, and it'll start with Illinois on Thursday night.
It will, and the State Farm Center over the past few years under Coach Shauna Green has somehow kind of become a difficult place to play. It's a little bit dark in there. It's a little bit quiet at times. Probably not, come the Hawkeyes come into town, but definitely there's no nights off in the Big Ten Conference. Iowa knows that, and so now it's kind of striking that delicate balance of not dwelling too much on a loss, taking away the positives, learning from the negatives, and then, there's, again, I said to Coach Jay, it's maybe an unanswerable question, and I really do think it is, and that's where maybe you don't dwell on the missed layups. Those are going to go in, but the slow starts, you do, and you talk about, okay, if that's how things are going, what can we change to impact our starts so that we can start hot and not dig ourselves into these holes that are sometimes not what you can dig out of in a tough conference that night in, night out. You're going to see the best from somebody else for 40 minutes.
And the Hawkeyes, as we told you, outscored Maryland 39-26 in the second half, but then got down by as many as 25 in the second quarter. And against good teams like that, they're going to find a way a lot of times to hang on. But You have to give the Hawkeyes a ton of credit, as Maryland only had 11 points in the third quarter and 15 in the fourth after going 5 of 10 in the first quarter, 50% from three, and then in the second quarter, 57% on 4 of 7 shooting. And the three-point shooting was really the difference, too, because Maryland ended up at 12 out of 25 from deep, and team that shoots it pretty good. Some were contested, some weren't. Iowa got lost at the defensive end on a few occasions, and that's tough to overcome as well.
It is. They're the number 8 ranked team in the country for a reason. I think they move up in the polls probably after today, beating Iowa on their home court. But, you know, when you see some of those even were contested shots, and that's going to be the shooting nights that teams have, and highly skilled teams in particular. You know, this roster has people that are all conference from all over the country, lots of transfers, lots of people that have played many, many minutes of college basketball. And so, you know, against a team like this, that's where you take that, you watch that film, and then you bank it for when you see them inevitably maybe in the Big Ten tournament and that type of thing. And so you know what adjustments you need to make, who you need to close out tighter on, who you maybe can close out lighter on and provide better help side defense. So like you say, the three-point shooting was definitely a difference, but, you know, so was two-point shooting. You know, neither team had a great day there, you know, and so it's kind of twofold in that sense where if they make up for it in one category and you don't, you know, that's what's going to get you.
Maryland wins it 74-66, the only meeting between these two teams in the regular season. And it's on to Illinois. Our broadcast time will be 5:30 from the State Farm Center in Champaign-Urbana. It is Iowa and Illinois. Illinois lost to Minnesota. And Minnesota's been playing very good basketball. This Illinois team will certainly be ready. Another big road test for the Hawkeyes on Thursday night before coming home to face a very good Indiana team a week from today. That is a 2 o'clock tip the next time the Hawks are back inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. So on Thursday night, we will greet you at 5:30, Iowa and Illinois, the tip-off at 6 o'clock. Don't forget, Hawk Talk with Jan Jensen tomorrow from the Hyatt Regency. We'll be there for Hawk Talk, an hour discussion of Iowa women's basketball from 6 until 7. Come on out and join us. If not, of course, we'll be on the Hawkeye Radio Network. For Catherine Reynolds, I'm Rob Brooks. Thanks so much for listening. Good night from Carver Hawkeye Arena. The final score once again, Maryland 74, Iowa 66. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your local Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.